Welcome everybody. How are you doing? Happy Sunday. Welcome in. I see Kaz getting the esteemed title of first for today. And immediately entering the cheese zone to become 24% more camembert for a grand total of 63%. Hey, I love Bert. And Zeta, second. Yes. Hey, how are you doing, Zeta? I see myself entering the cheese zone for 27% brie, which brings me to 103% brie, which would have been an achievement if Hebe didn't nibble all the brie first. Rude. While Zeta is entering the cheese zone to grab a little bit of Tom de Savoie, only 19%, something very reasonable. But that brings her to a grand total of 65% Tom de Savoie. Not bad. I see Vava 113 streaking. Hello Vava, how are you doing? Welcome in. I see Idlin Light entering the cheese zone to grab a little bit of cheese, and today this will be Fourme d'Ambert, 37%. First time you get that cheese. Hey Idlin Light. How is it going? Hello everybody, happy Sunday. Guess what we're playing today? Yeah, real mystery, isn't it? Am I addicted? I might be a little bit addicted. Just a touch. Just a touch. Yeah, actually, talking about that, so I've been talking into Discord. I should put the Discord link in chat if anybody is interested in joining. Yeah, I was talking with people in the Discord about VODs. I happened to lose a few of the Alchemy Factory VODs. Thankfully, not the most important ones, I think. But that's always... I'm always a bit pissed off at myself when I do lose VODs. If you don't know how this works, basically when you do a stream on Twitch, you have a number of days for an affiliate like me. It is 15 days when the VOD will be available, and when you can like edit it, cut it into highlights that you can save for much longer, but you have a very limited amount of storage that you can keep in highlights. And after that, unless you have a highlight or unless you upload it to YouTube, I also have a YouTube channel that I then upload the VODs to normally. Then it's gone. But then you can export it to YouTube or download it or do whatever you want with it. So what I normally do is edit it a little bit to remove like stream start, stream end, breaks mostly. It does take a little bit of time to do that. And so I try to do it regularly, but sometimes I mess up. For example, last time I was doing it, I got interrupted in the middle and then I forgot, and then I lost the VODs I was working on because I ran out of time for that. And that does unfortunately happen every now and then. So I've been questioning a little bit the YouTube VODs thing. It is the only way I can keep the VODs, but also it takes a lot of time. I mess up sometimes, and it's not very much used, which is a little bit of a problem. So I was kind of wondering, like, how I could make that easier, like how people prefer to consume VODs, if they do at all, really, and what I may do to improve things. For now, I think what I seem to get from chat is that mostly people who, when they watch VODs on YouTube, even if it's not my VODs, they don't mind if there are the breaks in it, etc. Especially, I think, now with like the timers that we have on screen, it makes things a little bit easier to skip through ad breaks because you know when it's going to end. And so I think the idea is going to be that I'm going to stop editing it as much and pretty much upload it raw to YouTube, which is much easier. And if I do upload something different, it will be more edited content. I have actually I did try something like that today. I was working on the VODs, obviously, and so I made a little bit of a more edited highlight for the monstrosity, explaining how it works, explaining what it was, what it does, as kind of a showcase of the build. Hey Sha, how are you? Proves that I am always lurking in here. Also, lurk. Yes, 30 stream streak. Thank you for streaking in Cha-Cha. That is indeed a lot of streams spent streaking, especially for winter. How is it going? Happy Sunday. So yeah, I think that's kind of the decision for now. It's to have an easier process for YouTube VODs, and I might try to do dual streams to YouTube. That might be a nice thing to have, although I do have some technical concerns about how to do that best with my setup, so I'll have to look into it. Can assure you that I'm wearing like 3 layers of clothes. Yeah, it is a bit cold, isn't it? Thanks for the shout out. No worries. No worries, always a pleasure. You're good, just tired as always, and Sunday so brain is even more like just blurb tired. Yeah, I have been having issues with sleep lately. I mean, I'm always having issues with sleep, but more so than usual, as some people have noticed in the Discord. So yeah, very much mood on feeling tired and kind of I think in part it may be due to winter, just the luminosity being lower. It's kind of always nighttime, and you go out less. Like I used to in summer, end of summer, autumn, I started doing this thing where I would go walk every day, like an hour or two, a few kilometers. You feel much less encouraged to do so in winter, with everything being bleak looking around you. You've had more issues with sleep as well, but then you also had time change and you had COVID, so all you did was nap all the time, yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule, but yeah. Can I even talk about a sleep schedule anymore at this point? Always trying, yep, always trying. I am making somewhat progress with that, but like, who knows how long it will hold? That's the issue. But hey, we'll see. Alright, let's load the game, shall we? It is the cheese shop. The cheese shop. Honestly, wish you could add like your internet to turn off at set time, but timer doesn't work on it, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, yes, but on the other hand, like, if you're just lying in bed not sleeping, you might as well be on the internet. Hey, Guppy! Happy Alternative Cheese Zone! How are you doing? How was Sunhaven? I was in Guppy's train earlier, watching him play a little bit of Sunhaven, and hop onto his fish to ride into the sunset. Guppy entering the cheese zone to become 34% more fourme d'Ambert for a grand total of 141%. Ooh, nice. Then you just take melatonin at that point. If you're just fully awake laying in bed. Yeah, I've been trying to use melatonin, but it's like at the start it was having a good effect on me, and now a lot less, so I don't know. I was talking with my psychiatrist about it, and he was saying that, like, at the end of the day, it's just one thing, but like having a regular schedule is also very important, etc. And so it may be ineffectual if you don't have a good structure around it, which is kind of my problem. Ooh, Sha entering the season to become 16% Parmigiano Reggiano. A new cheese for you, nice. It's not affecting me, might be taking it too often, so you need to have some breaks from it, because it's not supposed to be all the time. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Your body gets used to it if you use it too much. Yeah, I've not been using it for a while, so we'll see, I suppose. Alright, so let's see, what is this supposed to be? Why do I have no mortars in here? Huh. Weird. Well, I suppose we're starting today with a debugging session. Ah. That would seem to be the problem. Why do I have stone on here? The heck? Did I connect it like to the wrong box or something? I see what might have happened here, I think. Wait, no. I put stone in here. I accidentally put stone in here instead of putting it in here. And then I flooded the whole system with stones. Yeah. Nice, Celestor. Well, that's not gonna help me. But yes, back to Sleepy Lurk, listen. Have a nice lurk, I appreciate it. Aha, and here comes mortars. Okay, let's finish fixing it by hand. Can I manage to grab this? I might just have to redo the cannons, I think. Alright, mortars are back. So yeah, let's talk about the objectives for today, shall we? So what did we do last time? Last time, we installed the monstrosity. This monstrous build makes advanced fertilizer and a little bit of coke powder as well, but mostly fertilizer. Right now I have a lot of advanced fertilizer backed up. Actually, we consumed quite a bit of it, which is nice. But yeah, it is its main role. And then over here we installed fuel builds, which are producing coke powder that is being sent over here and used as a secondary fuel input if we need any more than the monstrosity is already producing. It's not producing a lot, so hopefully we should consume all that the monstrosity is producing, though at the moment it is kinda backing up, which is a little bit of a concern. It's not a cannon, it's a mortar. Yeah. That's valid. Also, go to the dungeon. Send yourself to the dungeon, Yuppie. I can't click outside the window because it cuts out the music. You're lucky. Right. Okay, and so we gained quite a bit of money doing all of that. Nobody can catch the guppy. That remains to be seen, I suppose. That remains to be seen. Right, so. What else did we do last time? Last time we redid glass and bricks and clay. We had a build that was encroaching on the shop over there, so we made a new build that's more modern in terms of design and installed it over here in the space that was used to design the monstrosity initially. Oh my, we have so much coke powder stored still. Yeah, the fuel builds are not gonna be running for a while. And we installed a new utility column over here. I had been debating this for a little while, which does mean that currently some of the items are going through the wall. That's not ideal, so we'll have to fix that at some point, but yeah. Oh, yeah, finally we did vitality potions. So that's a brand new build for us. A vitality potions build. And so, yeah, over here we are producing all this stuff. Like, that's one of the last remaining floor holes that we have in here. Or random floor holes, I'd say. But if we go upstairs, over here we are producing Jupiters and pulleys, and that's all going very well. But I suppose this is also one of the floor holes we have remaining. And finally, on the top floor, we have our bedrooms. And we have a little bit of a to-do list. So what do we have on the to-do list? We have redesigning the shop, we have architecture, we have working on Quo's transformation potion, and redesigning the plants area. Well, shop redesign architecture is pretty much always gonna be on this list, I feel. We just need to continue working on the building for things to be better looking always. Same for the shop. One thing I want to work on for... well, it's logistics more than architecture or shop, but like we have this mess of cannons a little bit everywhere, some going through walls, etc. I'd like that to be more organized, honestly. So that's something we will have to work on, and to not go through walls, of course. I was talking about the plant redesign. Well, we are now using advanced fertilizer. Not all of these are on advanced fertilizer yet, but I believe some of them must be. Yeah, like this. And so you see for the flax on advanced fertilizer is producing 120 flax per minute, when before a flax nursery was producing 30 flax per minute with basic fertilizer. So one nursery with flax fills the full belt, and I think that's pretty much the same with sage. Yep, sage fills the full belt. So we don't need 6 plants to fill this belt, we would just need 1. And this belt would be just 1 plant as well. So like we have 8 nurseries here that can be reduced to 2. That's what I'm talking about here. Yeah, a lot of this can be reduced significantly, which would mean that we could very much have a lot more compact builds over here that would already have directly the plants inside them, and I think that's something that's going to be coming at some point, because for example this is health potions. These health potions require 60 sage, 60 flax per minute per machine. We have 2 machines, so that's 1 belt of each, and that is just 2 plants. That is 2 nurseries for these 2 machines. So we could have them directly in line and it wouldn't be taking a lot of space. And that's true for a lot of these builds. Like these builds for 4 wide here, each of these is using 20 flax per minute. We have 6 per 4 wide space. So like that's the space that a nursery uses, and it consumes a full belt. So we could just have the nursery behind it. So that's something we could totally do. Of course, we have building space constraints that go with this, so we would probably have to relocate a lot of these, or change the distribution system that we have, which we could totally do, because we now have this distribution system, and you see that obviously fertilizer is one of the items that we are carrying. We are carrying 3 things in here. We are carrying fertilizer, money, and fuel. And so we could do builds that are much more in the spirit of these. This one I think is already designed for advanced fertilizer, yeah. So you see that this produces 60 per minute and each extractor consumes 10 per minute, so 1 nursery here can feed 6 of these, whereas on basic fertilizer I think it would be 2 extractors per nursery, if I remember well. Or 2 nurseries per extractor, I'm not entirely sure which is which. But yeah, anyway, it would be a lot more nurseries than that to make the vitality potions. Now if we look at the tech tree, oh, I see we have an upgrade that we'll need to take a look at. Currently we are selling everything up to here. And in here we are selling Jupiters. And we are selling steel gears. But we have research turquoise that we are not selling, we are not making, and we have research transformation potions that we are not selling either. And people want that. They want both of these, and that's one of the reasons why our reputation is down the drain, because they actively want us to produce these two things. So I think we're going to focus on that today, on making builds so that everything we've researched is covered, and try to get the reputation up. The reason for that, the reason I want to do that is because the demand for the shop depends on the reputation. And so right now, when we're selling, like, I don't know, 60 healing potions, for example, we could be selling like 100 or 200 if our reputation was at 100%, rather than around 10%. So yeah, that would be very beneficial for us to have a much higher reputation. So I think there are basically 3 things we need for that. We do need to start making turquoise, we do need to start making transformation potions and selling them. And we might need to increase the rate at which we are producing Jupiters, because we don't always have Jupiters available. And obviously, if somebody comes in wanting a Jupiter and there is no Jupiter available, they're going to be unhappy about it. Oh, hey. Ooh, mine. I want to see you pay. That's gonna be a nice one. That's gonna be a nice sale. Look at that. 3 healing potion, 1 Jupiter, 2 pulleys, 31 silver and 499. But he needs more Jupiters, you see. He wanted to buy more than 1. And we only at most ever have 1 in stock. So that is what I'm talking about. We need to produce more Jupiters so we can sell more. We need to produce turquoise and sell it, and we need to produce transformation potions and sell them. Alright, so let's see about that. I think... Well, what should we start with? Should we start with Jupiters? Or should we start with turquoise? I think we start with turquoise. I don't want to start with a redesign. I feel that's a little bit less entertaining if we're doing a redesign of something that's already in the factory than a new build. So let's start with a new build. Okay, so we want to be producing turquoise. Let's assume we want 1 machine making turquoise for now. We are going to want sound. And we want 1 sound per second, basically. And given that sound is produced as 1 every 12 seconds, that's going to be 12 grinders making sound. Which is what? 4 rock-breaking machines, I believe. Healing potions. Healing potions, we need 1 every 6 seconds. So basically 1 machine producing healing potions. Which would be half a belt. So I suppose we could double that. We could do like a belt of flax, a belt of sage, making 2 machines of healing potions, which would allow us to make 2 machines of turquoise using 24 sound. Okay, let's do that. So let's start sketching. First things first. So when I say sketching, the idea here is that we're just going to place buildings to have the right number of each building in mind, and then we can start seeing how we send stuff around the factory, how we arrange them, but we don't have to worry so much about calculating anything, right? So we are going to want 2 nurseries, 1 for sage, 1 for flax. Next. So we want to grind down the sage, and we want to grind down the flax. And each of these is doing 1 every 3 seconds. And we want 2 per second, so we need 6 grinders for each of them. Because we are producing at 120 per minute, which is 2 per second, right? So, 6 grinders for each. Easy enough. And you see that that's very much give us an idea of the next stage of our builds, right? Because what I was talking about a moment ago for healing potions and ropes and linen, etc., is going to be looking very much like that, because, well, we're doing healing potions at the moment, technically. Right, and then we have 2 machines. It is not these ones, it is these ones, I believe. We're going to have 2 machines making healing potions. Okay, so that's for the healing potions part, and then we want 24 machines grinding down sand. So that's grinders. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let's have like 2 rows for now. And for each 3 of these, we need 1 of these. So pretty much like this thing is 2 lines of that. And all of this feeds into mixing machines that will, 2 mixing machines actually, that will produce the turquoise. Okay, so that's what we have to arrange into a build. Alright. Well, first of all, I kind of feel like we need to pair up the stone crushers with their grinders, right? So. No. That is better. What we can do is have them facing each other so that they output onto a belt. They are going to be collectively making 2 per second, so that's a belt for us. It's a lot of machines, but they are grinding for 12 seconds per item each, so it's actually not that much. Then the stone crushers go behind. And so, as we said, each of these goes to 3 of the grinders. So we can pretty much have something like looks like that. We could even, because one of the issues with that is that we're going to feed like from both sides. I'm kinda thinking we could even have these on top of the grinders, really. And like on top of this could be like the limestone boulders. And then the stone goes around and back down. That could be nice. Let's try. We're going to need to move that a little bit back. Okay, so let's see. We would have... Well, I don't have planks on me. That's kind of awkward. Let's go grab some materials. I feel like there were a lot of materials left downstairs from the monstrosity we built. Wasn't there? We have a ton of limestone in here. Yeah, we have a ton of planks. Okay. Let's try that again. So we can have belts on top of this. We're going to need a belt here. Let's see, yeah, so you see we don't really sell much potions at the moment. Or much of anything compared to what we could be selling. The reason for that is really that we're not producing all we should be producing. We can have more decorative blocks around the belts themselves. Really? And here we would have elevators. Like this. What do you mean there are construction errors? Oh, I'm out of ropes. Yeah, I can fix that probably. By jumping down and going to the chest monster over here. What do we have? Let's see. I bet we have ropes somewhere in here. Yeah. Although not that much. Not that much, to be honest. So, that's better. And then finally what we need is just to grab these and rotate, of course, because this is the output. And so the input would be on top of here. And then basically we just copy this onto the other side, right? So we can just remove these. It's gonna be easier. We don't grab the center because it would probably mess with belt orientation. But we can very much grab these. Copy that. And paste it. I do like this. I think that looks good. Okay. That's fairly compact. And honestly, that could probably go on top of most of the rest of the build. right. It could be an upper layer. How long is it compared to beams? If I wanted to support this by beams, do I have a beam option that's a decent length for it? Not really. It's either way too long or way too short. How does this work out? Yeah, that is way too long. But maybe we can figure out something, because we don't have that many machines left to place. And we have figured out that nurseries can have stands on top that look okay. Like the metal stands like that. So this could be my nurseries, right? Let's see. So let's assume we want to do something like that. Oh, in terms of width. Well, this could at least move by one to the side. To be in line with like these two sides. And then we do have space on the side for elevators, because we are using it on these sides for elevators as well. Which is fairly good news, because I was needing some space for elevators anyway. Let's line this up with its nursery. And let's see. So you can provide your product over here. And something like that. And then we can have stands on top to support feeding the second stage. If you're wondering why I'm making it like pop into here, it's so that the stands are aesthetically just aligned. Functionally it doesn't matter, it just looks better. Because when you place them, the last one tends to be flipped. So if the last one is just something that doesn't get placed or that you remove, then all the ones that remain are correct. Okay, and so then... Then we need to feed everything to these two assemblers. I think we choose one to be on the bottom row and one to be on the top row. That's probably the easiest. And one thing I'm noticing here is, I mean, they're on the same side. I don't really know if that matters, but I'd rather have them symmetrical. So... something like that, I think would look good. Okay. Okay, so... let's see. We can have... I think something like that. Let's assume that this one will be distributed on bottom row. We can have an elevator bringing the materials down. Just like that. And over here. Well, it would be very easy to feed it on bottom row here. And also, like, what's on the top here never really needs go to this side. We could just assign the 3 bottom ones to this machine and the 3 top ones to this machine if we want. And we can do the same thing on this side. Which does kinda change things a little bit. If we take it that way. Because then we can say, hey, this bottom row. So like basically the bottom grinders feed the exterior one and the top grinders feed the interior one from the opposite side. And the question just becomes, how do we move from one to the other, right? Back in a bit, need a massage. Have a nice massage, Fire. That sounds nice. I wouldn't mind the massage myself, I have to say. My neck has been in pain for the last few days. Could you maybe lend me a flame? So how do we make them go across each other? So if we do this, now we can go on the bottom here and we have an access over here from the top. It's not very clean though. Is the problem I'm having with that. Or we could say that all the sage gets ground on the bottom and all the flax on top. And then it would make things a lot easier. I actually think I prefer that. That approach. I think it's probably going to require the nurseries to be one further back. And I'm wonky. I'm going to remove the belts that we placed over here and the stands, and we're just going to redo this side of the thing because I don't want belts that go wrong just because. Okay, so let's pretend this nursery feeds the bottom and this nursery feeds the top. That's very easy to set up. This part of the song always sounds weird, doesn't it? Like there's something that like sounds like a wheel or something like that. Like a wooden turning thing. That's not quite working well. In the background. It sounds a bit weird. What if we had the nurseries flipped 90 degrees to have the output on the outside? Yes. That's totally gonna work. And here you go across. So you can be closer. We don't need you to be further back now. On the bottom here we can have nutrients being fed in to both nurseries at once. And what did we say? We say this one is the top one. Well, that's very easy to do. That's just an elevator on the column that's for elevators. And this can just be a few belts. Okay. Yeah. And so now for each side, the bottom is one of them, the top is the other, so we just need to feed the top and the bottom for each side to each entrance of the assemblers. And that's a lot easier than what we had before. So we can just do this. And that's it for this side really. We feed the bottom, we feed the top. Yep. And the exact same for the other side. Because now we have solved the issue that we were having, which was things having to cross each other in the middle. Nothing is crossing each other anymore. And so these can be healing potions. And really this entire build can replace our entire healing potion build that's over there. Actually you see that we had used a kind of similar approach. Except of course the nurseries were on a different floor, because we needed much more of them. Okay, so we have this. Oh, I might flip these. You'll see why in an instant. That's one to close. Wait a minute. Oh, dang it. I forgot. When you grab things like that, it automatically flips them for some reason. That's probably a bug. I doubt that's intended, but it is how it is. And so now we can directly feed into this machine the output of this one. This is not going to be healing potion, this is going to be turquoise. How did I not select? Doesn't matter. And so then we need sound on these two inputs. sound which could be coming from something that would be on top of this entire thing. Where would the sound come in? I assume on top of this one, because we don't... Do we? I don't know if we want these to be sitting on top of the plants or not. How long is this? No, that's... I wanted a belt, that's 8. That's a measuring tape. This is 12 long. And this is 11 long. And it is 9 wide, the entire thing. Interesting. So we could... Like, both of these are basically the exact same length. And the exact same width. And one tile closed. In terms of beams, we have either 10 or 15 long. If we go with long beams, if we want to go shorter, we have 5 or 3. We don't really have a good option for 12 long. Yeah, we're not doing great on money. I mean, we're making a ton of profit. That's not the question, right? We're making nearly 100 silver profit per day. More or less. Maybe like 90 silver profit. So, like, that's not even the question. We have a ton of money. But we could be selling a lot more. Is my issue. So how do we do that? Well, we could use 10 long beams and use this as support, I suppose. Right. If we say that we go something like that, supported on one side on top of these, and supported on the other side on top of something that's above these. That would definitely work. And then over here we can have whatever. We can have like 2-5 or we can have 3-3s. Well, 2-5 wouldn't be great because it would be too wide. But 3-3s would work, I suppose. Yeah, I feel that would work. And then we have plenty of options on how to support things over here. That would mean that the sound would come out over here. But that's not a problem. Probably the easiest. would be to have like a lampstand here. And then over there we can just have an elevator down. And so over here is gonna be an elevator. We just need belt. To bring the sound. And then we split. Okay, so far so good. We haven't even figured out yet how we buy the materials. But yeah, we'll have to figure that out at some point. What did I say? This is 11 long, so like this whole thing would be 12 long when it comes here. Yeah, we don't have much space in here to buy stuff. I suppose we could do it in here. We will have the vertical space to do that if we want to. I'm pretty sure at least. So let's see. Could that work? Yeah, I think it can. Let's try. Uh-huh. I'm thinking potentially we'd need to flip them, but that's doable, I feel. We send the stone that way, and so we load the money from the front of the build on top of the exit, basically. It's either that or we bring the money from the back, really. But I feel it would be nice to have, like, stone come up, sand come down. Yeah. So this would definitely need to be one higher. For the sound. But this will be stone coming out. And so one further as well for the sound. So here we're going to have the stone elevator. Let's see. Let's try to place it. Wait, no. That's the sound over here. The stone elevator would go over here, sorry. The most exterior one goes on top. From top to bottom. So at this level we'll have the steel beams. On top of the steel beams we'll have the sand, and on top of that we'll have the stone. Yep. So that's where the stone will go. We take it from the bottom, we bring it to the top here. Yep, that's good. And then on top of that, we deal with the sound that comes back. Ah. Yeah, we need to bring the sound to the bottom. That's why I had that hole in here. That's a good point. Let's make our life easier and move this portal one back. Because there's really no need for it to be that far out. And then we have plenty of space to work with. Like, I feel like this is a dead tile. Because of the grinders on the side. This can directly bring up the stone to its eventual level. So then we need to bring something down below that. Or it could go up to go down. That's also a possibility. And I think that's what it's going to need to do. We need to go one further up with that one. But then that does mean we'll need to bring it back down. Just because of the verticality constraints, right? We need to pass a belt somewhere in here. Does it matter? No. So let's keep it aesthetic even internally. If we can. Yeah, so let's say the sound comes on here. This entire build will have to be leaning to one side, but that's totally okay. Will this work? Yes, I think it does. Except I messed up. My keys, but I fixed it apparently. Okay. So that's a sound coming down. And it comes down from over here. And then we need to bring the stone up, and so we need to put the stone on this belt that we have going up here. Oh, actually, maybe we can avoid going up to go down. Yeah, I think we can. No, that's not a table I want. I don't even know why I still have tables on this hotbar. Should I have this on top of the sound here or on the side? Maybe on the side. I think I prefer it to be on the side. And so we redo the elevator. Like that. And that's my stone belt. Comes here, goes inside. Why are you... Huh? Wait, why are you saying this merges with this elevator's output? Weird. Maybe I messed up something? I don't think so. Well, That's fine. Oh, and then... Actually, I don't need this elevator. I can go straight here. With that one. Might as well. Oh, then I almost want to go back to it being centered. If I really wanted to be fancy, I could have it split and remerge, but that would be really useless. It would really just be to look nice and symmetrical. No, but that's fine like that. We shouldn't... Okay, so limestone is being bought here. And so we just need the money. And so over here we can have the gems coming out and the money coming in. One higher. So this build has two inputs, fertilizer on one side, money on the other side, and one output, gems, turquoise. Yeah? I like this. Okay, all that remains to be done is to assemble it by placing the beam. Also, this entire belt needs to be reversed, which will probably entail removing some things, maybe? Oh, actually, maybe not. No, I think everything's fine here. Do we remove that or do we leave it? Maybe we leave it. Maybe it's better with a little lapstone. Okay, so support structures. Well, this can be really easy. Ah, I'm misplacing everything. Is this correct? This is 4 high, so here I have 3. Yeah, that will work. Because I have a transverse beam on top of that. That is gonna be 3 long. Hello? T? Perfect. And then I can have my beams. Okay. No, there are elevators on the side every now and then that are gonna be on top of this, and of course there is some stuff below that. So we need a support right here. We're going to need a stand. That's it, really, isn't it? Yep. That was easier than I thought it would be. Oh wait, is this gonna be long enough? I don't even know if it's gonna be long enough. I think it might not. It's okay because that would give us some space to do the storage part. Or just like empty space. Doesn't matter. Hey Espifa, how are you doing? Your message was held fire for swear words. Happy Sunday, how is it going Espifa? Still feel bad, but comforted bad. Nice. I'm glad you managed to have the massage. And that it was good. So let's see. Assuming this starts here. Then we would have 2 block something, 2 block something. So 2 block something. 2 block. End of day. Oh, look at that. I think our reputation must have increased during the day because 119 potions sold, vitality potions sold, 89 health potions. That's almost unprecedented for us. Like, look at how much more money we made than yesterday. Yesterday we made like 31 silver for the Jupiter, but we had like 89, I think. 1,000 copper. We almost doubled that amount. Pretty nice. Yeah, look at that. Our reputation definitely went up. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, and then the 4th one would be right here. Which means we would still have like a 1 space right here that needs to be supported. Aha. How do I do that? So basically this needs to be a 3x3 space that's supported. And that's 9 wide. 9 is not very easy to do. Swear words is your middle name. Yeah. I try to avoid them a little bit. I mean, we could just repeat these 3 structure. Or we could even have the 3 wide beams, 1 lower, and have 3 beams in length on top at this beam level, and then that act as a support structure for whatever is above. Which I suppose we would make with stone. Either way, it wouldn't leave us with a lot of room for anything else. That's kind of the problem I'm having here. Well, first let's move like this section, and then we can figure out what we do with this section, okay? Let's chunk down the problem. Oh, wait. That means I need to have my pillars. Yes, yes. And we need to do the same thing on this side. Is that it? Yep. And technically we'll need one here, but that's a matter for later. Uh-huh. Okay, so this part. And over here, of course, we need... well... That's clearly reversed. I don't know what I did here, but I didn't do it right. My elevator is the wrong direction. We need to bring stuff up. So that's the stone we crush. We crush and then we grind. And then we mix. Yes, yes. No, I'd almost want the output to be on this side, because then it would mean we would have space over here to deal with the output, but like we can also do it here, to be honest. Okay, so we are going to want, well, a pretty standard build for us so far. We want a priority output. Priority output is a box where we can simply put, just put down any excess we have in our inventory after we have taken some from other parts of the build. We put it over here and it's going to be re-injected back into the system as if it came from the build, and the build is gonna be paused, waiting for that to be consumed. So that this box empties as fast as possible, and then we can refill it if need be. So that's gonna be the actual output of the system. Interesting. Well, first of all, I really don't want this to connect. I think if we have another belt over here, we can prevent them from connecting, yes. Although, if I put something in here... No, okay, it's not going to send it here, but you see that it is sending it here. I did need to check. Because if it starts sending like random items on the money belt, then that's gonna be a problem. A problem that will come at us real quick, real fast. Yes, yes. And then we need an output box somewhere. Well, I suppose it could just be here, honestly. And I can grab anything I want from that? Yeah, that works. That absolutely does work. And so then we not just need to input money from somewhere. I'd almost send an elevator down from here, like it doesn't change much. We can just have like, I don't know, random growth somewhere. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we had a 5 beam, it would land over here. I suppose that kind of works. We say this needs to be 3 wide, so like this is the edge of the build. Yeah, we can do that. Well, that's a little bit too large of a block compared to what I wanted. So these could be 5 long beams. And then this obviously cannot be 5 long beams. I definitely want a lab stand. A tall lab stand in front of that. And maybe even in front of that. Oh, wait. I could have like a small lab stand. And then a tall one. So we can access the box a lot easier. Because my concern here is visibility of the storage box. Since we're not going to be like low to the ground compared to the build, like this gives us decent visibility, I think. Yeah. And for aesthetic purposes, I would like this to be like a stone pillar. Even though it's not gonna be entirely symmetrical. But that's okay. I suppose we can have something like this. Or we could have like wood on this entire level. Yeah, that would look better actually. Nope, wrong block. Random cash machine in the middle of your build. And then a stone block on top of that. That does look okay. And then we need a row of stone blocks to support what goes on top. I like that. That does look good. Nice little 9x9. And here we have a lot of space. So we can play with this relatively easily to fit the money trough however we might need to do it. Like for now we can just place something like that, but it doesn't have to be like that. It can be any number of things. Yeah, where do we install this? Probably next to the other ones, I think. You already hate tomorrow, not because it's Monday, you like Mondays. Monday equals stores are opening again after a boring Sunday, but 8 hours of power moving without breaks. Yeah, moving can be very exhausting. Is everything into your new apartment, or is it like moving boxes still remains to be done, etc.? This all fits into the length of a single, like, large floor tile. So technically it could just go over here. We could just tuck it into this corner. But I might want to expand it later. So that's kind of why I'm undecisive here. I'm not sure whether I want to just tuck it into a corner where we can forget about it, or if I want it to be somewhere where we can expand on it. We can always relocate it, I don't have to. Okay, well, I don't have to fall down. Because one helper will be here from 10 to 12, next one 12:14, and one 14:17. Plus 2 from 4:45 to 6:30. Most stuff is still at the old place because no transporter. But you can't make breaks because it would be rude and all for whoever is helping at that time. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, like, if at some point you have to say, hey, I've been at it all day, I need to take a small break, it's not the end of the world either. I'm sure they will understand. One problem about putting it in here is that I don't really have a ton of space to work on the inputs. So I will put it over here just based on that. If I put it on this limit, yeah, I would have some space on the side. It's a bit tight behind, but all I need is a nutrient belt, really. So it's like, it's an easy problem. Because I can just bring it from one side and whatever. The money, am I really gonna use a trough? I might just belt it, to be honest. From up there. That might be my option here. Okay, so, how do we deal with this? I think we put on shelves and we bring whatever we need down. Because that's the whole point of these shelves, right? No, I don't want a gap. First one will only get 6 boxes from one old to new place, maybe a few small furniture too. Second one, you need all your power. getting the washing machine down the stairs. Ooh, yeah. Holy, you deadlift 100 kilo, but that washing machine don't lift equal no matter what. Walking it is even worse. Yeah, that's definitely a job for 2. I have blocked my back a few times. Well, at least once with moving washing machine shenanigans. So yeah, do watch out. I must say, in my experience, it helps a lot to have like how do you call that? Straps that you can attach to the washing machine to help you lift it. That you can put on your shoulder, etc. And also, like, blocking the weights inside is very important, because you have concrete weights inside the washing machine that are there to damp the vibrations. And these weights are left moving normally, because their role is to move to damp the vibrations of the machine, right? That's why the machine is heavy, because most of the machine doesn't weigh anything. And so, like, putting like foam between the weights inside the washing machines and the walls of the washing machine or something like that. Some machines, I know my washing machine has like bolts that you can put in to block them, and so when you first install it you remove them, but then you can put them back in just to block the weights, and that means they're not wiggling around inside the structure as you are moving it, and make things a lot easier. And yeah, like my dad, when I move, I borrow from him. He has like kind of long wide belts that can be used to attach around stuff, to lift stuff, etc. And so we use that as supports. Basically, you put it like inside the structure of the washing machine, you tie it wherever it needs to be, or you can even pass it under it if you need to, and then it makes for straps that you can put on your shoulder to lift it, and that makes things a lot easier than using your hands that will tire much more, well, quicker, right? You wish you could just take out the heavy stuff. In some machines you can, but then you have to carry the heavy stuff. So, but it does break down the problem, right? Yeah, in some machines you definitely can do that. I almost kind of want to go back to my idea of having the money come down on top here. We could just have an elevator. Oh yes, I think I'm going to do that. Look at that, that's gonna be nice looking. And then we have little stands. Always with the stands. And then you have the money belt that comes down. Yeah, that will definitely look nice. Where does the elevator need to go? That's 1, 2, I think it's on this tile. So I think we need the elevator to bring the money down here from on top. That would be fine, because then you have a big like thing, small heavy stuff. Small heavy stuff is no issue. Yeah. It makes the problem easier. But yeah, like, see if you can like open the machine. Sometimes you can open the top of it. Let me remove a bell. No. A lot of the time you can open the top of the machine or like the side panels, and then you might be able to access the weights. That would make things far easier, I think, for you. I think this is the right location, so here is where I will want... Actually, maybe I don't remove this, maybe I will just bring the fuel line down. Yes, I will. Let's do that. Okay. So over here, the fuel line goes down to the ground level, and then it just needs to go back up to the top level. And so behind it, we have stands with the fertilizer, of course. And over here, you just take out the fertilizer on a stand. There are only screws at the back. I'll let you quick check if you can Google what model it is. Like the dishwasher and the fridge are super light, just big. Yeah. Dishwasher and fridge are not machines that vibrate a lot. The problem is, at the end of the day, a washing machine is a machine that is going to rotate very fast with several kilograms of weight inside it, right? And that weight is going to be unbalanced. And so that's going to generate a lot of vibrations. And so a fridge or a dishwasher do not have... You're not like flinging your food around or your cutlery around inside the dishwasher. So you don't have that problem. I think here we're going to need... Let's see. It's on the middle tile. No, it should be... No, it is on the middle tile, right? So here, like, we have the output on the middle tile, so I do need a lab stand on top. That's what I was processing. And let's start processing. Okay, and so we take this fertilizer and bring it down. Yeah, that works. And so here we can have the lab stands for the fuel line. And just to be complete, we will bring the fuel line. But right now we don't need fuel. I gave you an idea using two metal thingies and connected to the top of the washing machine with belts. So one can transport on the shoulder, and top back, one can grab it on hip height. Yeah. Yeah, position of where you grab the stuff is so important for these heavy, bulky things. Even for fairly light stuff, like I was talking recently, my parents installed solar panels, and so I did that with my dad. So like we had to bring the solar panels on top of the roof, and like transport them on the roof, etc. And solar panels are fairly light, but they are a bit bulky. And so, yeah, that's the kind of stuff that can be very difficult to transport if you don't do it well. But as soon as you have a system that works well with belts or something like that, then it's actually very easy. Okay, so before I connect the money, I want to supply limestones by hand because I have a bunch in storage that we got when we installed the monstrosity. And so I'd like to recycle them, now that I have an opportunity to do so. It will allow me to spend a lot less in initial materials. Hey, Dicky! What is this misleading title? What misleading title? My reputation is 35 out of 100. Yeah, the goal is to bring it to 100. We are trying to become a reputable alchemist. We were at 0 when we started the stream. How are you doing? Yeah, so I've been having issues because if you look at the research tree, I went kind of as far as possible, as early as possible in terms of research. So as soon as I unlocked rank 5 or level 5, I researched the whole tree. But we're not even making everything in that tree. We're not making turquoise, we just installed a turquoise build, so we are about to start selling turquoise. We are not making transformation potions, and we are not making even remotely enough Jupiters. Always a pleasure to see you, even if you never write bad English. Hey, that's not a problem. And thank you for lurking. I do appreciate it. And it's not a concern to have not perfect English. I don't have perfect English. I speak English pretty well compared to average people, but it's not perfect by any means. As long as I understand you, it's not a problem at all. Washing machine is 75 kilograms. Yeah, it's pretty heavy. So yeah, so the issue we were having is that we were not selling enough stuff. So just at the end of last stream, we started selling vitality potions. And we've been slowly trying to make sure that we sell everything, and the plan going forward is to only research something when we are about to start selling it. At least for the goods that we can sell. Because if the reputation is down, we're not selling as much. So there are 3 things we need to do for today to bring the reputation up. It's selling turquoise, it's selling transformation potion, and it's making more Jupiters, because we are selling some, but we don't always have Jupiters available, and even when we have Jupiters available, we don't have enough. And most we have 1 available. Sometimes people want to buy 2 or 3. So yeah. That's what we are working on at the moment. You said I'm not saying etc. anymore. Am I not? I don't know, I don't feel like it's a word I stopped using. But it might be. I'm trying... So one thing I try to be more conscious about... Xterra. I used to say Xterra. Maybe my accent improved. I talk a lot more since I stream, so it might just be that my accent improved. Because that sounds like something a lot closer to the French pronunciation. Extra. So you need to make my accent worse again. I don't know, that should be an active goal of mine, you know? I'm pretty sure it is better to have a better accent. Overall, all things considered. Okay, so I can have a box over here that can be used to feed stuff. Yep. And that's for stone. Let's use the stairs for once. We have installed them, we might as well use them. It's not like jumping down is any faster at the moment. That's why you understand me, the French accent. See, it's useful for people, but... I mean, I don't think I will ever not have somewhat of a French accent. I'm not great at pronouncing stuff in general, so... What do you mean I cannot rearrange my inventory? No, yes. Here we go. From what I've been told, people do tend to understand, in general, the French accent a lot better than even sometimes the British accent. Because I've been working a lot with people from all across the world, really. And there are definitely accents that you do understand better than others. It very much depends from where you are, which accents you understand better. But French accent seems to be fairly generally admitted as being a good one to understand, an easy one to understand. Okay, so we need the flax seed and we need the sage seed, and we can very much reuse seeds from here because we can remove some of these nurseries that have no purpose anymore. So we can just do this. The flax seed, the sage seed, and we bring them up top. It doesn't really matter which is which. They are completely interchangeable. I just need to have one of each. This I can throw away, same as this. I have a ton of fertilizer in my hand that I can bring down. The more thing you miss here because of my accent is how are you doing as who are you doing. It amuses you every time. The speed of speaking is very important too. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Hey, we have turquoise. Nice. Very nice. So we need to send this to the shop. Where are we going to sell turquoise? We are going to need a jewelry shelf. Maybe in the corner? We could have it next to the Jupiter stand. Or like under the window. That would look nice. A jewelry shelf under the window. Let's do that. Let's have it under the window. Ooh. What did we sell today? Ooh, nice. That's a lot of gears. Oh no, I'm running out of coffee, chat. Oh, and we do have ads in progress. Okay, let's take a quick break. Since we have ads in progress. Oh, we did very good sales today. I'm very happy with that. Like 100 potions of each is much more respectable than the like 60 we were doing at the start of stream. So let's take a quick break. Let me go. Let's go like 4 minutes, right? And we will be back right after the break and the ads. So see you in 4 minutes. Alright, we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Let's go back to the game. Let's go. I am back and recaffeinated. Alright, so we have the stand over here to sell the goods. We need, of course, to put the stuff on the stand. That would be nice. I don't think a cannon over here will reach all the way over there, will it? Probably not. Oh, it would, actually. Well, that's surprising. Fair enough. I think we'll have, because each slot on the stand contains 3 of them. So I think like 2 slots is nice. And then we can have a trough. Like this, a little bit of belt. But yeah, when it comes to language, I'd say actually Twitch has been a very important thing for me to improve my English. I did not speak or write English as fluently before using Twitch. I was pretty fluent already because I was working pretty much every day in English, but not nearly as much. And just the fact that you're using the language a lot more gives you this ability to become more fluent. It's not just about listening. Like, listening, of course, will give you better reading or listening comprehension of the language, but actually actively writing it, it doesn't help with the accent. Oh, that's the part that's a bit awkward. Okay, I see. So we have to move these not because they can't reach the stand, but because this one cannot reach it. And we pretty much have to have the cannon over here if we want to reach it. I see. But yeah, so what was I saying? Yeah, when it comes to talking, like, you need to actively practice being like, crap, how do I say this, right? How do I write this? It doesn't help with the accent issue, of course. Because when you're writing, you're not talking. But it does help a lot with being able to write more fluently and to formulate sentences more fluently. Okay, and that should be easier. I think, can I grab... No? Aha. Too close. Dang it! Why? Why would you do this to me? Okay, we move them again. By the way, if you had caffeine products before going to sleep, like 1-2 hours before, melatonin might not affect. Yeah, I do try to consume less caffeine in the evening. That's something I have been trying to do in general. Okay, where is this going? I suppose it's relaying to something on this side. Yep, you're relaying to vitality potions. I could just move you to the side a little bit. And you are taking from up top over there, right? Which one targets vitality? This is the one, isn't it? Yeah, I do think it is. Yep. Alright, and this arrow... These arrows that persist, I think are a bug, but they're a very useful bug. To be able to be like, hey, that's the one I need to remove, or that's the one I need to fix. So please don't remove that feature, even though it's unintentional. Okay, can I reach now? I can still reach. Well, that's almost lucky. I didn't expect it to work, to be honest. It has been so much of a mess. Okay, please do tell me that now I can reach this. Yes. Good. Alright. So, we need another prof here. Of course, obstacles, obstacles, obstacles. It's always obstacles. Never happy, these builds. Catapult, target too far, wrong angle. Cannon, obstacle in path, target too close. Oh my god, they can never be happy, can they? Customer, missing product. Customers. This shop operation would run so much smoother if you could get rid of the customers. Actually, you can. You could just do quests. We'll need to play with the export portals, actually. I don't know how they work. Can we actually look into that? That's an import portal, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's an import portal. Export portal would be the blue one. So how do you work? Dispatch portal. Wholesale price, dispatched today. So you select the contract, basically. Oh no, wait, it's a contract for a specific thing. So that requires 800 per day and brings you... Wait, no. What? What's daily requirement 800? This says bandage 50 times. So I suppose it should be... You need to sell 50 bandages per day. It's going to give you 12 silver. What is the 800? I don't know. It's a bad translation. It's a limit of 800 per day. Oh, thank you, Belly. Okay. It's a limit. Good. Okay, so like you can do this contract like I 16 times per day, I suppose, or 800 times per day. Anyway, it's a lot. It's a lot of bandages. Okay, we'll have to... So it's an entirely different mechanics. I thought it would be like an automatic selling for these quests, but it's not. It's an entirely different mechanic. Good to know. Ooh, look at that. They're so happy with the turquoise. He's like, oh yes, give me a little bit more turquoise. How much did you buy? 8 turquoise, oh my god. Hey Mark, how are you doing? Oh yeah, we're going to make good money today. We're gonna make good money. 3 silver coin, and I don't know how much copper, I didn't look. Okay, and the reputation is shooting up too, so that's good. Are we doing okay on everything? This is intentionally empty, I don't think I need like 4 glass shelves. Dinner and soon bed. Have a great evening, Sha. Have a great dinner, have a great sleep. And thank you for being here. Thank you for lurking in. Not so lurking today, actually. Oh, hi Mark, bye Mark. Okay, so next is the transformation potion, I suppose. Either that or the Jupiters. I think we start with the Jupiters because transformation potion is gonna be a pretty big build. Because it requires mushrooms, and that's kind of a mess. You may remember a certain monstrosity. Yeah. I think the transformation potion build is gonna be pretty similar, actually. Thankfully, like, we can pull from this experience. We already have a few design ideas that we have in place that we can just reuse, right? But yeah. Also, we don't need to strive to be as compact. That would help a lot. A lot of the complexity of that build was the compactness of it. And it is a pretty compact build. There is very little wasted space. I think we possibly could have done slightly better if we hadn't messed up with the plants. Because, so let me show you. If I can. Well, that won't work. Okay. Second fail in a row. Right, so over here you see that we have 3 crucibles that are burning down sage plants. Given the fact that we only need a single nursery for the sage, we could have the nursery over here instead of this. I don't even know what's here. I think it's just transporting stuff up and down. So we could have had the nursery right here, which would mean that this entire thing would be free. Like the nursery isn't that wide. I mean, it's technically the same width as the stone crusher, right? This is a 3x3 and so is the nursery. But then we probably could have found another place for the purchasing portal. And so what we could have done would be to have like table saws in parallel to the furnaces and then somehow tuck the purchasing portals somewhere. And we might have been able to reduce the build by 1 table saw length, I think. Oh, today's been a slow day in terms of potions, but not so slow in terms of turquoise. That's not bad. 10 turquoise sold isn't bad at all. Though we have consumed quite a few rotten logs today. That's why you need to not overdo it on rotten logs. You need them for the mushrooms, but I think, like, if you look into the planks cost, one rotten log is 2000, while a normal log is 200, right? And one rotten log will, let's see, will produce 160 planks, and one normal log will produce 200 planks. So the planks from the rotten log are more than 10 times as expensive as the ones from the logs. So if you don't have a use for the mushrooms, you shouldn't be using them, really. Because you're just throwing away money if you're throwing away mushrooms. So very much the planks are a byproduct of the mushrooms you're producing, not the reverse. I'm very concerned about this fuel line being stopped. Oh, we have consumed all the advanced fertilizer, at least. But like this is entirely backed up and that's not good. We need to eat more fuel. I kind of almost want to to double the steel production. Do we need to? I don't think we need to at the moment. Like, this is not running full time. But I think if our reputation was higher, we would be selling a lot more, so the factory would be overall more active. And then we would be overall consuming a lot more fuel. That's my guess, at least. Oh, look at that. This shop is so active today. That's nice. But yeah, no Jupiters. So let's work on Jupiters. I'm sure he's gonna complain. No, he's not. Well, at least there's that. It's interesting the fact that you have different models of customers that have different types of stuff they buy, right? I think this guy in robes is very much like an alchemist or something like that type, and buys a lot of Jupiters. The guys with weapons buy a lot of health potions and vitality potions. These guys, what do they buy? I think more like intermediate goods. Nails, glass, turquoise, jewelry. Yeah, they look a bit richer. I like the poorer looking people buy more like mortar and soap and basic stuff like that. Although the soap isn't too inexpensive either. Maybe ropes as well. Is turquoise keeping up? I think it is. Barely though. Yeah, very barely. They want turquoise like there's no tomorrow. This stone is gonna be drowning in turquoise in no time. Yeah, you see soldier looking guy, buys a lot of potions. Somehow he buys jewelry as well. I love how they say this is really good when they find what they want. That reminds me a little bit of Graveyard Keeper. I don't know if you guys remember, but early on in Graveyard Keeper, there was kind of a mistranslation. And when you would preach at the church, the sermon would be "Our church good." Or "Our church great," I think. Which kind of became a meme. And then they removed it and they changed it to be "Our church is great." The talking noises make you refund Graveyard Keeper. Interesting. Triggered you too much. Oh, I never noticed them. Particularly. But yeah, I could see how this kind of stuff could be triggering. I bet this guy is gonna complain about the Jupiter. Because we have no Jupiter at the moment. Yep. There was no Jupiter. Okay, so let's work on that. I think we want to probably basically double the production of Jupiter. At least. So let's make a whole new build for Jupiters. Yeah, it was a bit sad that they removed the Our Church Great. I think it was Our Church Great. At least that's how I remember it. They changed it to Our Church is Great. And, like, it doesn't have the same personality. It just doesn't. This... Having everything perfect is not always the better option. So, Jupiters, let's talk about this because this is a hungry build. A hungry build. A Jupiter Shaper produces 1 Jupiter every 600 seconds. So every 10 minutes. During these 10 minutes, it wants 1 pulley per second. It wants 3 wooden gears per second, small wooden gears, and 2 planks per second. That's quite a bit. And we want 2 machines. Well, we could like make a compact build that does 1 machine and have like paste it several times. However many times we need, right? I think that's probably the better option here. And currently we do have a build, but it's bulky and not very compact, and I don't like the looks of it. It only makes 1 per minute. One per... 1 machine speed. So 1 per 10 minutes. 1 per minute would be a lot. That would be 10 machines. We won't go that far. At least initially. If we need to, we will. Shaper. Here we are. Ooh, I'll need more materials apparently. Hang on a minute. Coming. What do I have in these boxes that might interest me? Ah, come on. I can't even climb on block boxes. Lots of this, lots of that. Well, I do have a bunch of wood that I might be interested in. Not all the wood at once, please. Game. Let's go for 4 stacks in inventory. Why do I have soap? Let's just throw away. And vitality potions. I don't want to throw away vitality potions, they're kinda expensive. We'll put them in the recycle box. I think I have one for this build. I have iron here. Could make sure that I have a full stack. We can just refill the stuff that we have a little of. For the sake of it. Okay, well, the chest monster is mostly ready to be dismantled. I think. So we can go and grab nails from this build. Which one is it? This one. Let's grab 2 stacks. Let's see. Shapers, we were saying. So that's gonna be a shaper. It has 6 inputs. And I think we need to feed it with 4 products for this one. Jupiters, yep. 60 per minute wooden pulleys. 180 small wooden gears per minute and 120 planks. Let's start with what? Well, all of them are gonna end up in planks, but maybe the small wooden gears. So 180 per minute is gonna be 12 processors making them. Because each is going to be producing 15 per minute. And 15 times 12, if I'm not mistaken, should be 180. Yep, it is. Okay, and so each of these require 5 large wooden gears per minute. So basically, like if we want 3 small wooden gears per second, it means we need 1 large wooden gear per second. And that would be 6 machines making them. And it's grinders, isn't it? Yeah, grinders. So 6 grinders making these. An interesting thing to note is that at the moment, our belt does not carry 180 per minute. We could upgrade the belts to make sure we can carry that on one belt. That is an option. We do have upgrades. Currently we carry 120, so we'd need 2 upgrades. We have only 1 available. So we'd need a second point, but that might be coming in before we finish. Or we could be like, hey, it's not going to be working at 100% efficiency until... we have upgraded, but... you know... I think maybe next Jupiter it might get us here. I don't remember, like, a Jupiter is 10 XP, I think? $14 XP. A Jupiter being 14 XP... How do we have a 0.4? What the heck is that? How is that even possible? Maybe it upgraded in the middle of extracting something or something like that, maybe. But so, like, it's gonna take a while, it's gonna take a few days before we have an upgrade. So replacing a machine that works at full speed with one that can't work at full speed until a few days later would be kinda suboptimal. I'm not a fan of that idea. We'll see. Anyway, 1 large gear per 2 machines, basically. Right. You make 1 every 6 seconds, and you want 1 every 12 seconds, so yeah. You were nicely asked to try to sleep. Does that mean that Flame is putting you to bed? Okay, and so each of these require 1 plank every 6 seconds. So overall we need 1 plank per second, and like 1 table saw produces a plank every 2 seconds, so we need 2 table saws to feed that. You're in bed, or well, not in bed, but in a mattress. On a mattress. Yes, in a mattress would be a bit awkward, probably. It tends to be very dense stuff. I don't know, that would be very nice to be inside. I don't think it would. Alright, so... that's it for the gears part. Ooh! Oh, nice, we sold 100 turquoise. 32 silver made with just turquoise. That is very nice. We're gonna have to keep an eye on the shop because it's entirely possible that as our reputation shoots up, some of the builds might not be enough anymore. Ooh, look at that. We have officially started consuming rotten logs. Nice. So, overall, the money we make came up quite a bit, but also the expenses came up a bit, which is fairly normal. We do need the materials for what we're selling. But I mean, like at the start of the stream, we were making, aside from the Jupiter, like 80 silver per day. And right now we're making 129 per day. So, like, yeah. We increased very significantly the amount of money we're making. We're crafting more than 2 million planks. Okay, talking about which, we need 2 planks per second just raw for the Jupiter. So that's 4 table saws. Let's tackle that real quick. Okay, 4 table saws. And then the pulleys. So, we need 1 pulley per second. For this build to work, that means 4 assemblers making pulleys. Very good. These 4 assemblers making pulleys are going to require 1 rope per second and 2 planks per second. 2 planks per second, we already know what that means. This is 4 table saws. Next we need 1 rope per second. 1 rope per second is 6 processors making ropes. And they're going to be chained with 6 processors making linen threads. So these make ropes. And this make threads. Very good. And so if we have 6 processors making threads, we are making 2 threads a second. To feed these 2 threads a second, we need 6 flax fiber a second, which means 6 flax a second. Wow, that's hard to pronounce somehow. So yes, 6 flax fiber a second. That is 6... No. 18 machines? 18 grinders. Ooh. Well, basically 3 grinders per processor, I believe? Yeah, 3 grinders per processor. That's correct. So we usually work in pairs of processors. So we can say 6 per pair. And 3 times 6 is 18. Perfect. Funny how that works out. And so in total, 6 flax per second. Given that nursery will produce 2 flax per second, or 120 per minute, we will need 3 nurseries, making flax. Yes, I did save 3. Ain't that perfect. Alright, time to assemble this all in something that has a semblance of looking nice. So, this I want to flip. And this I want to flip. Perfect. I'm going to redo the same thing over here. Uh-huh. And then, well, really, I'd like to remove all of that. Over there, so we can work on the ropes independently, more or less. So how do I organize that? I believe this could work. What did I do here? I'm clicking on random buttons, is what I'm doing. So, let's see. Same deal as before, we spread it on the bottom, but we don't have the complexity that we had for the health potions, where we had something on, like we had 2 products basically to spread between top and bottom. This one is fairly simple because it's just one thing everywhere. So as long as we can fit it in the right footprint, it is no issue. And I do believe we can, without a problem. So this would get 2, and in total it needs 3. So then we need to bring from the side. And then we just need to bring down... Elevator, where are you? Elevator, where are... Elevator, where are you? Alright. And then we bring down what's on top. Oh my god, I cannot talk anymore somehow. Words are hard today. And then we can just copy that 3 times. It's no big deal. Yes, yes, delete. Let's go. Okay, and so we just need to feed nutrients from the back. And Bob's your uncle. Good. Ooh, Sven grabbing Comté from the cheese zone to become 20% more Comté today. For a grand total of 82%. Nice. Hi everyone, how are you all doing? We are doing great. Well, I am doing great. I can't speak for the others, but I do hope they are doing great. How are you? Happy Sunday. I have no idea what that quote means. Like, out of context, it's not particularly weird. I don't know why that's a quote. Work was physical today. Oh, I'm sorry it was. I hope you can take the time you need to recuperate, at least. Okay, and so here we have 6 machines to 4 pulley machines. So basically, it's 3 to 2. I almost want the table saws to be on top of that. I think it would be okay. We need 4 table saws. That's gonna be, I think, about the same width, wouldn't it? Well, that wasn't the right move, that's for sure. I have no idea what I just did. I clicked on a random button. It's fine, we can fix it. Yeah, that's basically the same width as the other one. So it would be nice to be able to have these table saws on top of that. And then just bring the wood. Or we bring the ropes up, that's also a possibility. We could technically have the assemblers on top of the nurseries. How long is the build? And how wide? Do we have beams or anything that are the right length? We're going to need 1 tile on the outside for feeding it. Total 12? We could have a beam that fits on top, ends up here. And fits someone over there. That could be a thing. And width-wise? $12. That doesn't work as well because we won't have space for the supports on the side. The problem is we can't put anything on top of the processors, right? I'm pretty sure even a metal stand won't fit on top. Nope. This would... Oh, this would, technically. I hadn't considered that. Hmm. That changes things. It does. On company time, you move the co-worker who now lives on the 3rd floor, naturally without elevators, then did regular sports for an hour. Got a new goal, so you'll be doing a lot of cardio for the next 8 months. You'll be doing a stair climb in September, where you'll do 60 floor. And you want to do that in 6 minutes. Maybe 2 times 30 in full firefighter gear. Wow, that's a lot, yeah. Ooh! A 5 stream streak. The cheese has escaped the fridge. Thank you for the stream streaks, then. Yeah, that is indeed very physical. That sounds like a lot. Especially in full firefighter gear. How heavy is full firefighter gear? I assume it must be somewhere in the... somewhere around 30 kilogram, I would assume, or 20 maybe? Because you have the air tank around 15. Because the air tank itself is already like 10 kilogram almost, no? 15 to 20 extra. Because I know that when we go diving, like the diving gear is like in total about 20 kilo as well. That can be quite heavy when you're outside of the water. Your tanks are luckily made from aluminium with carbon mesh rather than diving steel tanks. Yeah, in most diving places you don't use steel tanks anymore either. You use aluminium ones. Because like steel tanks are a lot heavier. Especially if you go with a 15 liters one. What volume do you use actually? Are they like 10 liters or are they smaller? Because in diving we use generally either 10 or 15 liters. Oh, 6 liters. No, 6 liters. Yeah. Wait. No, I think we use 12 maybe? 12 generally. 200 bars generally. Yes, that's true. Yeah. We do use 200 bars. But we use larger volumes. So like in terms of like weight of air inside, if we go with a 200 bars, we would have like what, 1.5 times what you have, I think, in terms of like volume and weight. But you also have the helmet and all the other heavy stuff. Yes, that's why I would have assumed it would be heavier to have. That's why your figure surprised me as being lower than I'd expect. Because I'm like, I have this reference in mind of how much diving gear weighs, and I would have expected firefighting gear to be heavier in total. Because, well, you have the air and then you have stuff on top. So luckily for the event, you do not need to carry another 20 like you have to do for your physical test. Yeah, because like is the physical test making you carry like fire hose on top of that, this kind of stuff? This charities event is more stairs, less weight, yeah. During your physical, you also get 20 kilograms of lead around the waist. You need to do 100 steps in under 1.5 minutes. Wow, yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. The theory is that you're carrying a hose, yes, but due to safety, you get a lead vest. Ah, I see. Yeah, I had a friend who I was diving with, who was a firefighter in Paris, a professional firefighter, and their training would oftentimes involve like running up to the top of like skyscrapers with full gear and like the fire hoses and stuff like that. And yeah, needless to say, he was in a much better physical condition than everybody else. Your hoses are a lot lighter. You can carry 60 meters of hose, including a nozzle, and carry a braking tool without noticing the extra weight. But the 20 kilogram you feel, oh, interesting. So let's see here. We kind of have a conundrum because we have the ropes on this side. So either we put the table saws on that side and then bring the stuff over here. I don't know if we have the... But like, even if we put the table saws on that side, like we'll have the planks coming from one side and the ropes coming from the other will be the problem. We can probably work around it because we do have a lot of extra space, but still that's not ideal. In terms of length, actually, how would that fit? Like, we'd need at least one space behind the table saws to bring in the wood. Of course, we'd need them, like we need 4 of them, so we need to go full weight, but let's not worry about that right now. I mean, it is 4 table saws to 4 assemblers, but still, it's only a 2 space. Even if we do that, like, how do we fit in the pulley here? We do not have the space. We'd need at least one more space, which we could probably pull off because we're going to need to output the stuff from here anyway. Yeah, I think we can. Okay, let's try. It would be nice because it would be a full pulley build, right? Okay, and then... I don't remember how much rope we have at the moment. Like each of them produces 10 per minute. Yeah, so we don't really need to have this come out on two sides, do we? And also, we'll need to bring the stuff further back anyway. I think we will want the pulleys to be kind of symmetrical. Just for the looks, it doesn't really matter, I think, at all. For the functionality of the build, but it does look nice. Yeah, I like that. Oh, but then I do need to output still, so I need to go one longer. So then my other idea would be to reverse this, to have the table saw on that side, maybe elevated. And so we could have the ropes come under the table saws in this void space that we would create. It is too high though, this space that we have left. We have a too high space left. What do we do with a too high space? Also, the hose can swing over your air bottle, so hands-free on that. Oh, that's nice, at least. How do I deal with that? I think we can... maybe have a little stone wall in between? That can look okay. We can always potentially use it to transport stuff up and down, but something that we can have a look at later. Let's see here. This is gonna be leaning to a side unless I leave like a one space in the middle, which we'll definitely do if we have to do that. For symmetry! So we have this space on the outside. Over here we can just bring up the stuff as required. And so then we need 4 table saws, 1 per machine. I'm almost tempted. How should I do this? The problem is the table saws are 3 wide. And these machines are 2 wide. Also, how am I missing a space here? Hang on. Oh yeah, this is asymmetrical. Yeah. So technically, like, I need a wall here. And so technically I'd need a 2 wide gap in the middle. Or I'd need to bring this back. I think we go with the 2 wide gap in the middle. Because then it means like the table saws can like lean over on each side of each assembler. Yeah. I think that's better. We definitely won't need these ones right now. And I think we need to fill these gaps. I see no possible use for them, to be honest. This one could maybe be an elevator if we need be, like the other ones are just in the middle of everything. There's nothing that can reach them, so... Okay, and so, like, if we have a table saw here, it's going to be lined up with this input, the other table saw with that input, this input, that input. So the table saws take the exterior slots of each assembler. That means we need to bring ropes to the interior slot. Slot with a T, not a P. Yes, Celestor. Words be hard. Words be hard. And so then we can group the processors pretty much 3 by 3. Do I want the elevator on the outside? Probably. That's probably the best course. And then we bring the stuff to the elevator. Just like that. Yeah. That looks nice. And so then we are going to need to put the table saws up. I'm kind of wondering whether I could or not I could have like 2 sets of table saws in here, perhaps. Because we need 4 table saws for the pulley build. And there's a 2 space we don't know what to do with. And table saws, I think, need 3 space of height. Let me check. And we try to put... Wait, it's not gonna work because the length is awkward. I don't even remember the length of the table, so it's what? Yeah, so that would be a 6 length. That's not gonna fit any type of beam. Is the problem. They are 3 wide, however, so we could put a 5 width beam on top. So 3 high works, 2 high doesn't, right? And visually it works. It doesn't clip with the logs or anything. So that's fine. So since we need 8 of them, well, that's gonna be taking 3 height plus 3, that's 9 height, 6 height, sorry. 3 plus 3 equals 9, yes. Yes, Celestor, that is math. Not good math, but that is math, nonetheless. Plus 1 height for the separator, so that's like 10. In terms of width, how wide is that entire thing? Like, how do we support that, though? That's kind of the problem, isn't it? Because there is no structure, for one, that can be put on top of these. You can only build over them using beams, and beams need to be supported at the side, so... Like, since these would take the entire width, we would need to make the build one wider, at least. And then I don't even know if we have beams that wide. That would be a 14. Well, we could do 15, but then that would mess up the symmetry of the entire thing. So I don't like it. Yeah, because this is 12 with... Yeah. Other possibility is to just leave this space empty. And be like, don't care. That's fine too, I suppose. This would be 10 width. Or we could do something with a 10 width space. Because we do have 10 long beams. Is there anything that requires a 10 width space? I don't know that this is going to fit within a 10 width space. At all. I mean, this part would. But then what do we do with the processors? We could have them on 2 floors, maybe? That is a possibility. So let's think about this. Oh wait, no, that's... yeah. Oh my god, that would be... Because each of these needs to feed 2 of these. That's 1 wide to 4. So, yeah. We said we have 10 width. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 12 of them. So 24 tiles of width total. That's not very divisible by 10. We could do 3 floors, but then we might start running into height limits. So really, I think we just give up on that idea and we just have an independent pulley build. Really. Okay. That's a deal. What we could have is a purchasing portal for the logs. That can be definitely done. So then I'm wondering a little bit. The purchasing portal, let's see. It's a 3x2, which is a bit awkward. I don't think a metal stand stands on top. Oh no, it does. It could stand on top, but then it would be too high. And that would be a bit awkward. I still don't understand what this hole in the middle is for. I suppose elevators could come down it? Let me try actually. But then what do you do with the rest of the space around it? Yeah, you can pass an elevator through. Which is nice, I suppose. But again, that's like... you'd want it in a corner, really. Well, then maybe we go one higher. So we can fit the purchasing portal. underneath. Because we would have the option to just be as low as possible. Let's try. Rather than idly debating. What did we do today? Hey, 155, this is increasing. This is decreasing though. But I suppose some products, like, kind of more or less sell the average total amount each day. And then it spreads between the products. So I think, for example, potions, you kind of sell a total amount of potions, and then it spreads randomly between the different potions. So there are some days where you're going to be selling a lot of healing potions, some days we're going to be selling a lot of vitality potions. Ooh, 130 silver profit. Net profit. That's nice. Don't like this. Better. Then what? I can do stone, I suppose. That looks okay. And no... I'd want to go one further, really. And that would leave me with like 3 space behind. I can work with that. So these can go one further. And really I can just have a wall here. Invalid position? Ah. Yeah, no, that makes sense actually. I accidentally selected a block. Let's try that again, but without selecting accidentally a block. And then we push it as far as it goes, which is exactly right here. Perfect. So... we can connect the table saws. And then we do have space where we could have a purchasing portal if we want to. Or other things. Because we could totally, like, just to finish the build. I'm out of planks. Huh. I expected nails, to be honest. Though we're not that far off with nails. We don't have nails over here. Let me grab more planks because we're going to run out of planks again before the end of the build. We'll be drunk. Can I also drop off the vitality potions, please? That is the priority input? Yes, it is. Just to make sure I don't redo the stone situation from the start of the build. That was a bit awkward. Do I go too high or one high? I suppose too high is okay. It's more consistent with what we have behind. And then we put in stone. Yeah, I do like that. And so we have the pulleys coming out here, and then we can just put them on a belt or whatever. And that is 1 pulley per second. And all it wants is an input of fertilizer right here. And logs, I suppose. Or, yeah, logs. Technically, what we could have could be 3 purchasing portal. And a money bell. 4 purchasing portal. Like, we could just do this. That's kind of wasteful in terms of sigils. It reduces the buffer of logs significantly, though. So it significantly reduces the amount of materials you have stored in the build in trade for, I suppose, more expensive building material. Because instead of having 1 purchasing portal with a bunch of melts, we also gain 1 space. I don't dislike the look of it either. We could try that. I think I've talked myself into it. Is that a recipe? No, it's not. I have to configure each of them, or to copy paste. It does look quite nice, I have to admit. We could even have like 4 different troughs, but like I don't really like having 4 different troughs because that means that 4 different cannons have to be shooting at it. And that means a lot more logistics on the other side of that build, where the money comes from. Well, that looks very decent overall. We need to remember that there's a belt that comes in here, of course. Or we could have like elevators that take from here and have this belt come from the top. That would also be a possibility, to have the stuff self-contained, or like have elevators come from the top elsewhere. We have many ways we can deal with that. That's not an issue. Alright. So let's think about the small years build. What do I do with that? No, I want it B. First things first, I can take these and make them face the other, right? We can have it either way, either like they put the things out on the same belt or they take from the same belt. It might actually make more sense to have them take from the same belt, because the output overall is more than 1 belt. which I think is what we did upstairs. But we could also have the entire thing be on 2 floors to go tall instead of going wide, basically. That would be 6 wide for 3 of them width. We do have beams that are 10 wide, so that would only leave 1 width on each side. It's not that bad. Let's try. I'm thinking maybe we can have a 5x10 structure. So we'd have something like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, like this. Then you have a 5 beam. I think before I copy this, I do want to know where the beam lands. And then we copy that over here. And finally we have... No? Game, what are you doing? That's better. So that would be a 5x10 structure. Below that we could have like 3 of these. Pretty easily. We could also pretty easily have like... Oh yeah, that's overlapping. That makes sense. 2 table saws, but not very comfortably. Because how do you fit them? And lengthwise it doesn't fit either. So that doesn't quite work, unless I go 1 higher. Then it would work. But then we'd still have outputs on the side. It would have to poke out by at least 1. And that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 3 of them are 6 width. And 2 of these. Let me just check. Wait, I can just take 1 and do something that looks better, even. I mean, that would work, wouldn't it? Maybe I don't want them flipped. Especially if I have only 3. Because that would be half the build, basically. Well, I'd need to be... Oh my god. I thought I was falling off the entire building here. For a moment, I thought I was falling out in the street. Kinda spooked me, not gonna lie. Even though there is no fall damage. That does look better if I go with 3 of them. But also, why would I? Is kind of the question here. And what do I do with this space? Well, I could have the grinders for them. And maybe like go one wider somehow. With pillars and one beam, whatever. But can I have the table saw, more importantly? I'll leave the example one here. I can have the table saw and the grinder if I go one wider. One, not in this orientation, but this is enough space. Not quite actually. This is not quite enough space. And also it wouldn't fit below. Dang it! Or I could go 15 wide. Well, 15 long, I mean. But then if I go 15 long, I might as well just have this entire thing, don't I? Also, I'm sitting back and I might be far from the microphone. Shrimping very much. Yeah, this is 12 wide. This is barely any longer than that. So if I go 15, like... I can fit the entire thing on the single floor. Is it necessarily a bad thing, though? These could go under, because they are smaller. Also, oh yeah, we can fit stands on top of them, we just learned that. So that removes a lot of the questions for the support of the structure. Okay, you've convinced me, chat. I know you said absolutely nothing, but you still convinced me. Then if we go 6 wise, then I think I do want to pair them for the looks of it. Because I like how this looks. Oh, come on. Ah! Well, I might copy that now, because this can be flipped easily. Do I want them facing each other or back to back? I think I want them back to back. Well... yeah. Yes. Okay, let's remove this structure for starters. Or not, I suppose. That works too. Oh my god, 142 health potions. I'm kinda wondering if we're not throughput limited on the vitality here. We'll have to check. Same for the steel. That is a possibility. Ooh, 160 silver on non-Jupiter material. That is very nice. Yeah, we are at 100% reputation now. So the simple fact of adding turquoise to the shop has made our reputation just shoot up to 100%. We went from 0 to 100% just with turquoise. I suppose we had issues with healing potion supply because this build was broken. There was a belt. The flax belt wasn't working, so we had like 1/6 or maybe 1/3 of the supply of healing potions that we should have had. So the shop was kinda starved for a while because they didn't notice. We definitely might need more turquoise. I noticed that this is empty. This is unacceptable. And I think steel too. Steel is not keeping up. The rest seems to be okay. Okay, steel gears is not keeping up, and that's great because we need more fuel consumption. We are going to have issues with fertilizer if we do not start consuming more fuel, because we do need to consume all the fuel produced by the fertilizer build. Oh no, actually it seems to be okay. We seem to be consuming just enough. But it is barely enough. Yeah, one big constraint of this build is that we need to consume the fuel. That is extremely important for it. So, like, we don't care if we're not consuming anything from these builds. Like, most of their logs are still manually supplied even. For these ones. This one I can automate. That is nice. But yeah, all of these are completely full with manual log that are remaining from the deconstruction of this entire flow. So, steel gears we need. Well, we could just double up the production of steel. So this is consuming 3.8 per minute, and this is producing 3.8 per minute. Right, so we could just add one more build steel furnace. Which would require another... Because I think... Like, so one iron smelter produces 10 per minute. And one Athanator consumes 15 per minute but produces back 11.25 per minute. Right? Or 11.2. So most of the time this is just producing its ingots. So we consume like one of these, one smelter can feed 4 Athanators worth. of steel. So really what this is saying is I didn't keep enough space because I can get this wider, a lot wider. Because I'm consuming like 5 per minute, and between these two I'm consuming 5 per minute. So I'm consuming maybe 10 per minute, and then I am producing 10 per minute. Like for my use, that's nowhere near what I use. Even in terms of steel, right? I only use half the steel I produce already for steel gears. That's fair, I think, to keep one Athanator. For ingots. A possibility would be to have like a second processor for gears, and to just feed it all the steel by saying, hey, if we can't fit any steel in the box, you feed that before sending it to the gears. Have a priority system. I do kind of like that idea, actually. Though if I do that, I would need one more space, which I can gain at the cost of doing things a little bit messier. I think it's worth it though. Do we gain enough width? I think we can gain enough width. Okay, so let me remove this. Let's do things in order, right? We want the steel to go in here. This is my steel box. This is gonna be my gears box very soon. I mean, I can probably rework the gears system, honestly. And this is shooting gears into whom? Who's my gears recipient? You. Okay. I'm going to put a marker so I can remember. Alright, then I guess we disconnect this for a while. Because we're going to need to reshuffle boxes and stuff. You transfer in here. We can remove this box. Actually, we're going to remove. We are going to want 2 processors. No, not grinders. Processors, thank you. Ooh. Do I even have the space to do what I think of doing? Yeah, I just need... I think it can be done. So you're gonna be making steel gears, both of you. Look, my satisfaction is dropping, and I think that's very much because I ran out of stuff. Yeah, that was to be expected, to be fair. I'm going to have this box flat. And you're still gonna be my steel box. So that situation doesn't change, but I did notice that, yeah, we do need the belt to feed back the iron, so we need more space in here than I expected. No, we're going to want a priority splitter. The priority splitter has two outputs. It's going to output first into the yellow output, right? How do I do that? Maybe... Oh, that's kinda tight, isn't it? Yes, I know, that's exactly what she said. Or what he said, possibly? Unclear. Okay, we collect the steel, first things first. I might want it elevated. I think we're going to get the steel higher. Oh my god, Sven, I reread your message. And I read also the horses can swing over my air bottle, so hands-free on that, and I was like, what? Why are you carrying horses and swinging them? Oh my god. You madman. But no, you're safe. No horses have been harmed in the making of this stream. Allegedly. I think we get it here. Vertical. Then we can feed that with the steel. In priority we go on the bottom. Yep. Yeah, no, that's gonna work great, I think. We're gonna do great things. We collect this and we put it into the box. Good. Second thing second. Uh-huh. Interestingly, I've heard first things first many times. Never second things second. You are a madman for sure. But you're also a horse whisperer in your firehouse. You get to calm all the horses. Are there a lot of horses in your area? Is it something you have to deal with often? Not at all. In total you've been on perhaps 3 horse jobs, and you think there have been 5 or 6 total. Okay. In about 11 years, yeah, so that's not a huge amount indeed. But it means sometimes you do need to be able to deal with horses, so... You do see this stuff, yeah. Okay. We're getting there. We are getting there. So that's my priority input. Oh my god, but like this iron box becomes completely inaccessible, doesn't it? Or steel box. I might want to switch them actually. Yeah, I'm going to switch them. Okay, disconnect everything, please. Thank you. Right. Yeah, my inventory might be full of steel. That is a distinct possibility. I really don't see why that would happen. So, priority input for gears is something I do want. Oh hey, tons of gears. Would you look at that? Almost as if someone had deleted an entire gearbox recently. Weird how things happen like that. And so do I want small boxes or big boxes output? I think I want small boxes. So I'm just going to have like a stand and maybe a block here. And I'm going to have my two medium boxes. And then we can have them side by side like we used to. Because it's more cute. And the cuteness factor is definitely essential here. As if you could call a factory build cute. Which you can. I don't know that a lot of people would agree with me on that, but I can, so I will. Let's go. I have my stack of steel. This is feeding the gears first. But not for very long, because currently the steel priority input is taking priority over the processors, so they're just going to fill up and then they're going to stop for a moment. So my chemical factory might be something you need to put out if I mess up too much. Because it's cute? And because horses are cute? Is that the reasoning here? Or you mean it might catch on fire? I mean, you never know. I failed to consider a detail here. Where do I send gear to the shop from? Like, it's not from this box, because I want this to be an output. I mean, I can solve it. It's just a bit of a mess. Oh, you said something about the steady stuff. Sorry, I missed it. That happens. Like elevators being stuck and buildings on fire, high-ish buildings on fire, factory buildings things like that. Right. So you might have to put my alchemical factory on fire, out of fire, if something happens. Especially when we start working on blast potions, I think they're called. And things like that. Isn't it? You're gonna have a blast. You have like your local steel mill. You get to go to, from time to time, yeah. To train in case something happens there. That would seem wise. That would seem wise. But just in case. Okay, so I think we might have the nails cannon on top of the nails box here. So we have space to mess with this surface. I think that's what I'm about to do here. Is there any other place where I could mess with things? I mean, technically I can already do that a little bit. But just a little bit. I could also have my cannon go like over here. The problem is the higher this goes, the more obscure these boxes become. That's kind of the issue here. Like, I already can barely see the priority input for gears unless I go from this specific angle. And that's already an issue. And if I put elevators in front, if I have like a whole wall of elevators... Who say to train? Ah. Yeah, also that. So an entire wall of elevators would be a problem here, wouldn't it? Because it means everything behind is obscured. That's why initially I wanted the output boxes to be below the priority inputs, but then same problem happens. But the exact same problem happens because then I cannot access the output boxes, which arguably is worse. So I think I'd like my cannon to be somewhere over here, if possible. First step for that is gonna be, of course, to make this accessible. So now I can have... Well, do I need to? No, I don't, actually. Well, kind of. I am not making any sense and I do apologize. I'm trying to think and build at the same time and it seems it's not going well. Brain not be braining fast enough. Kind of issues. Okay, I would like to still retain access to this box, so I won't build an elevator right against it. I will keep that one, probably. But I don't want to build the other one right against it, so I will go one further. And then I can have my elevator. I have no idea how I'm going to access this box. We might have to relocate it, and that would be okay, honestly. That would absolutely be okay. What if we do something like this? Oh yeah, even closer. We can get closer. We could do that and have a cannon on top of that. And you target this. So you're gonna be our gears cannon. Okay. To do that, I need an elevator that goes on the correct level. This is a little bit build surgery type of stuff. We have a lot of things everywhere here. And not a lot of space to put them. Right, like this, and so now I can have my box right here. It is going to obscure these boxes, and that I do not like. Is there anything better I can do? I don't really think there is. I mean, I could get this a little bit higher. I don't mind getting the cannon one higher. So what if we do that? And then we have not a small box, an intermediate box. Thank you. And then we have a steel gears box right here. So that's my steel gears output. Can be loaded from up here if need be. Oh hey, we do have space right here for a cannon. Perfect. Aha! And then we can just connect them. Well, for now I'm just going to connect the cannon. Because I do need to shift the supplies to the steel gear box. And you take this. You put it in here. Yeah. And now this is free. And now we see a lot better this box. Yeah, that's good. That's very good. And so for a while we are going to reduce the rate. Well, no, actually not. We are not gonna reduce the rate for a while. And so now we're producing like 7 or 8 per minute. Hey, Eska, woo, how are you doing? Boo. How is the alchemy shop? It's alchemying. It is alchemying. Look at that, we are 78% reputation now. So we're doing good, we're becoming a reputable alchemist. We just doubled the output of steel gears because the shop couldn't keep up with steel gears demand. Because demand increases when the reputation of the shop increases. What is she complaining about? Missed it. There's no turquoise. Ah. Okay, so now they're complaining that there's not enough turquoise. Yeah, so these steel gears stands were empty. We just made a turquoise build, and right now they are complaining about the rate at which we are producing turquoise. We'll have to go have a look at that. It is kinda surprising. I don't see any being produced. It was like at 10 last time. Yeah, when we started the stream it was at 0 actually. So, not doing too hot. But just adding a turquoise build made it shoot from 0 to like 80. Because the mechanic of that, if you're not familiar with it, is that when you research a new item, they expect you to, or at least a new commercial item, because not all items can be sold, right? For example, you can make steel, but you cannot sell steel ingots, they have no commercial value. But you can sell steel gears, right? So as soon as you research steel gears, they expect you to have steel gears available in the shop. And so customers are going to show up being like, hey, I want steel gears. If they don't find it, or if they don't find enough of it, your reputation is going to drop because of it. If they do find it, your reputation's gonna go up. And so what I used to do was, for example, when we reached level 5, I researched the entire skill tree for level 5 because it's just money. We are swimming in money. So why would you not research something that you can research right now? And no, I got my answer. Why would you not research it? Because if you research turquoise and you are not producing turquoise, well, your reputation drops. So currently the only thing that we can sell, have researched, and don't have a build for is transformation potion. So that's something we'll have to do. And we don't produce enough turquoise and we don't produce enough Jupiters. So we are in the middle of making a new build for Jupiters because that's something I've been wanting to redo for a while anyway. And yeah, we just redid double the production speed of steel gears because it used to be enough. But as reputation goes up, the number of customers that show up within a day increases as well. That's the main effect it does have. And so it means you're going to sell a lot more material, basically. So you need your production capability to be able to keep up with that, of course. Which it did not. So yeah, we don't have enough turquoise production right now. So let's go have a look at the turquoise build, which is right here. We just made this earlier in the stream. Why? Eh? What do you mean turquoise is not getting into the cannon? It's right here. I can see it. You can't hide it away from me. Why are the belts not working? Like, the heck? Oh, it's trying to go inside instead of... Wait, no, that's my storage box. So we're not producing any turquoise right now? Why are we not producing? I know exactly what's happening. I'm an idiot, is what I'm happening. Oh my god. Do you see it, chat? Thanks for the explanation. Yeah, you're welcome. No worries, never hesitate to ask. Always happy to explain. Yeah, so when we started the build, we had a lot of stone in storage, so we were like, hey, let's just use the stone. Don't insult my streamer. I apologize. Please don't mad me, mods. Yeah. So we had a lot of stone in storage, so we were like, hey, let's use the stone, let's not buy it right now. How about we start buying stone for the build? That might help. I suppose we now know why our reputation wasn't top-notch. And was kinda dropping. Yep. What is this box? I think it's the stone box we had. Yeah, pretty sure it's a box for stone. Do I have stones still that I need to do something with? Is the question? Nope. No bonking Cody, please. I swear I won't do it again. For at least 10 minutes. How are you doing, Cody? Did I say hi already? I don't think I said hi. Why? Money? Why are you not doing money things? That is slightly concerning. No money sent. What? Why no money sent? It's a little bit in the middle of the build, you know? It's not making it easy to spot what's going wrong here. If only somebody hadn't made a build so compact. Oh no. What do you mean? Oh god. I bet it's blocked by like a turquoise or something. Spent all of yesterday and today trying to rebuild your house in eco so you can make the new stuff everyone needs. And you still don't have it set up. You've been lurking. Oh, yeah, that sounds tough. Yeah, we definitely sent some turquoise in here when we were like, hey, let's put it in the priority input. And it went into the portal. I told it to not connect, but when I copy-pasted the build, it did connect, didn't it? Okay, so that priority input box doesn't work. It just doesn't. We'll need to do it differently. Maybe build a replica and disassemble it a bit, yeah. Yep, that's what we're going to need to do. Disassemble. It's just a little bit of a nightmare. I thought it was possible to have the belt not connect to the box, because when I built it, I managed to make it not connect to the box. Well, when I copy-pasted, it reconnected to the box. And now I'm in trouble. It's okay. We can do it. So... the part that we need to move is that one. Thankfully, it's fairly modular. So we can disassemble, especially since it's not full of stone yet. Because, well, stone is the stuff that's not working. That helps significantly. And the cut-paste tools of the game are very good. Copy-paste, cut-paste works very well to help you work with your builds. Ah. I keep hitting the wrong keys. Why? Game, stop. Okay, can I point at stuff without it being selected? Yes, I can, no. Not anymore. I can again. If you right-click while having area select, so shift pressed, it turns into a mode when you go back to clone mode. It tries to just select whatever you're pointing at, and it is so annoying, so immensely annoying. Okay, can I? No, that's my output box. Can I move the output box one further, baby? Yes, I can, in fact. Aha, we may be on something. Let me see. Ooh, except I see a world where I'm going to have to destroy the entire build to make the belt for that. A world of pain. So we could have this box go over there. Problem is, how do we connect it? Because then it would give us the space to move this one to the side. And so to connect this... this wouldn't even be good enough, would it? But we could have the box in these pillars, like below. Have the box part of the supporting structure. Though it would mean, like, cutting and pasting most of this build. Not looking forward to that. I'm gonna be honest. Actually, I might be able to pull it off relatively easily. Possibly, maybe. Let's try. So if I do this... So that's basically like the entire top. And I'm going to want this one as well. And I cut. So far so good. Do not middle click. I repeat, do not, whatever you do, middle click. Thank you, Alice. Middle click is a quick copy. And if you copy something when you have something already selected, whatever you have already selected in your copy disappears. Yep. So, how might one rebuild the stuff at the right height? How can I get the right D level? Ah, I think that's the correct D level. Though that isn't... I need a block on top of that, don't I? Yep. Okay. Can do. I think that would be correct. Let's try that again. No, that is not the right position. I can remove the extra block afterwards. I just need to be extremely careful not to lose my entire build. That would be catastrophic. Aha! I think that should work. Doesn't it? Wait, no, it doesn't. That should work. I'm confused now. Things don't line up. What did I do? I need to look at it from a different perspective, I think. Okay. Where does this line up? Okay, why don't you line up then? Oh, that goes one lower, that is why. I am not at the right height. Is that? No, that's still not better. Aha! Lock the axis. I think that's correct. No, the question is it? Yes, it does seem correct. Ooh. Yep, you saw it, I was one too high. been lurking. Oh, I already read that. Thanks for the hydrate, the stretch, and the posture check, Guppy. Would you look at that? I did it spontaneously. I am conditioned, I think. They shrimp the streamer. Yes, indeed, I was shrimping. You were correct. Let's check. Is this... Yeah, that's all correct. I'm pretty sure. This can go away. That was a temporary stand for the box that I removed. So then... Okay, so that's all good. And then I can move this. To... Well, first of all I can remove this, right? Ooh, I got a new skill point. That's perfect. Yes, I can remove this, because I have the box I need right here. That is going to be full of turquoise. That's good. I connect this in here. And then my priority input goes right there. I have lost its elevator. It goes right here. So this is my money input. And yep, do you see the turquoise over there? That's exactly what is killing the entire build. How do I get it? Oh. Is the question. Without having to disassemble the entire thing. Can I point at it from here? I might have to deconstruct the purchasing portal and reconstruct it, honestly. I think I should be able to do that. Are we good? Yes, we are. I see limestone going in there. That is an extremely good sign. Alright. What was on top of this? Right, we had beams. We're definitely going to need a new beam on top here. And we need the input of turquoise, of course. So let's start with that. Turquoise input in here. And I see turquoise, perfect. Being sent straight to the shop, that is great. You can have stone bricks on the top, that is perfect. So over here, I am going to need the stone block on top of that, I think, because we have a 3 wide beam, then block, then a 5 wide beam. So I need support right here. Honestly, I might just replace that then. No, this one can stay actually. But then the money can come straight in. And that is not connecting with anything other than money itself. Perfect. Let's take this elevator for a moment. We might actually be able to do without the elevator popping out. We'll see. So we said 3 wide, so this means we need a support right here. I'm going to just reconstruct this part. Then block. Oh no, actually I won't be able to have the elevator right here. I thought we could have the elevator like shoot straight up. I mean we could. All we would need would be to go 333, which honestly we can. It's not like we're doing anything with the space right here. Yeah, let's do that actually. That's better. Then we don't need that block, we don't need that support, we don't need these blocks. And if we want the elevator to be right here, we will need that space. Is it a possibility? No, because we have a grinder right here actually. So we do need the space on top. Okay, fine, fair enough. Anyway. Beam. Bam bada boom. Stone. And then we paste back this part of the build. Yeah, so this belt, specifically this belt, is the only reason why we have to have the elevator poke out. But that is okay. That's not a huge problem, actually. It makes the build one longer than it would be otherwise, and I'm absolutely fine with that. I do not care. I just want it to work. Right. This should be working. We should see any second stone starting to make its way up there all the way down the line. We already see the limestone popping out of here, going in here. Let's get to grinding. Grind faster, grind harder. Eat all the money. We could even have had the output box on top of here, honestly. Which is okay. I don't care too much. Boyfriend is asking if Smoothie has a name, and then suggested... Buyer? What is buyer? Brie. Ah, brie or cheddar. I mean, yeah, Mousy has a name. It's called Alastor. Although I do like brie. Cheddar, well, I have tasted good cheddar actually. But recently. Until recently, cheddar for me was like this cheese that's like plastic. Because, well, that's the type of cheddar that you generally find in France. Not the good one. That's for sure. Ooh, so many stones bought. We still made profit with despite having turquoise stopped for most of the day. All these stones are just the buffering of the turquoise build. Like we have to fill this whole belt with stone, right? Okay, so we should be now working at pretty much full speed. Why are you not working full speed? Are you not? Let's observe it for a moment. I think things just need to back up at the start. Yeah. So I think it's just a building up its supplies. Also, why is this not running? That is slightly concerning. I suspect... Belt not connected or something? Heck? Okay, that is weird. Yep. So, how about we put back this secondary stone input that we had previously. Almost as if we shouldn't have removed it. We might have a few extra limestones. Do not accidentally click the delete button on one of these bags. I have done that mistake previously. Thank you. Wait a minute. No, that's... I'm an idiot. This is the stone input. That's not the output. I broke everything. Well, at least I managed to get rid of my stones. Okay, so all of this is okay. Is this inside here that we are not connected? I think it is. I think it's the same thing that happened in the monstrosity. Like we did a cut paste and one belt didn't reconnect when we did it. Yep. Okay, so now we are actually working. And that probably would be why it wasn't working full speed. Now we should see them work full speed. I don't think these machines should stop. Yep. Perfect. That is absolutely perfect. Okay. Saved. We saved the build. Oh no, there is still a bag up here. Oh my god. Okay, that's perfect. We have exactly the space in the limestone box. Well, it's gonna take a while for this box to empty, but who cares, really? It's gonna eventually empty. That's all that matters. Okay, I'm off. Yeah, so we were working on a new Jupiter build. Let me just check. I'm worried about the shop. Let me just check the shop real quick before that. Okay, so we have turquoise in the shop now. We have steel gears. We don't have Jupiters, which is what we're working on. Okay, back to Jupiter. So this is basically a pulley build that we just finished, which is a decent replacement for what is upstairs. This build replaces this, well, half of this entire build for pulleys. Yeah, it's more compact, and it has its own plant, so it means we remove all these belts. You're confused, it's a Kerbal stream now? Wait, what did I say? I'm confused now. You expect streamer to remember what he said 2 seconds ago. Oh, going back to Jupiter. Yes. We're selling Jupiter. In the shop. The voxels of Jupiter. We're selling the voxels of Jupiter one by one. They're pyramids, right? So they must be voxels. But don't worry, it's not just Jupiter. Next level we start selling Mars. And Saturn. And then what comes next? And what do we eat after that? Oh, Venus. Yeah, we'll be selling Venus. It's apparently about as complex to sell as perfumed soap. And then Mercury. Very good for thermometers. Also, I hear. And Stardust and Fairy Dust afterwards. And Crones too. But eventually we'll even sell the moon and the sun. Or at least bits of it. Not all at once. Bite-sized. Bite-sized. Oh hey, we do have 2 unallocated points now. So we can actually go to 180 belt speed. Let's go. So what were we considering? I think we were considering going 15 wide. So yeah, Jupiter. Sorry. I apologize if I don't make any sense. I think we have a break in like 10 minutes, 8 minutes. We'll take during the ad break, we'll take a break so I can get more coffee. I think I badly need it at this point. Yeah, so to make to make Jupiters, we want a build that makes one Jupiter, well, one machine of Jupiter. Do I ever make sense? I don't know. I feel like sometimes I make more sense than that. If that makes any sense. But I might be wrong. Maybe the people who watch me just like my voice. I mean, that's actually a significant portion of the people who watch me. She heard me make more sense than her at least once. Did I? Silly mousy. Right, so we want to make one machine full of Jupiter, right? This is gonna take 10 minutes to make a Jupiter. We need 1 pulley per second. We need 3 small wooden gears per second, and we need 2 planks per second. So we have started sketching by placing the machines we need, and we have assembled together a kind of fully fledged pulley build. So we put fertilizer in here, we put money on this belt or in this trough, and out come 1 pulley per second, right? We have all the plants it needs, it has everything. Second we were taking care of is the small gears. And we were trying to see how compact we could make this. One thing I did figure out while we were working on the first part was that you can do this. Right? So that is doable. And these machines all together output 180 small gears per minute. So that's why I wanted to have belts go at 180 speed. And then we could have, I don't know, a belt that like takes the output or whatever and goes this way. Boldly goes where no small gear has ever gone. Or something something. Okay. So there's that. And then we need inputs of big gears in here. To do this, we can, and we will, use the ultimate weapon, you know it. Here it turns the elevator. Ooh, Mastani grabbing Roquefort from the cheese zone. Nice. How much did you get? You get 23% Roquefort from the cheese zone. That's not bad. For a grand total of 67% Roquefort. Almost nice. Can't let the achievement get away from me. No, you cannot. Of course you cannot. Somebody steal the achievement from Mastani. I mean, they could. Maybe. If they're fast enough. Would it be mean? Possibly. But they could. How are you doing, Mastani? How was your stream? I think I saw your stream earlier, didn't you? Pretty sure I saw your stream. But you have to step away. Finished your U4 run. Ooh, nice. Congratulations. That is a large commitment. Would I absolutely rate their cellar? Both cheese cellar and not cheese cellar? I would. Yeah, I could believe that. I could believe that. Unless you're instigating the cheese war. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm innocent. Maple said it. Do I have to play the clip again? Oh my god.
This is adorable. What are you talking about? It's just a little cutie.
See? I'm innocent. You were streaming. Okay, I thought I saw that. I'm glad I didn't hallucinate it. I have such bad memory of, like, anything really that's not math related. Sometimes I could swear I saw something and nope. So I'd rather be careful when making statements like that. But no, you're hungry. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Have a great dinner. What are you having for dinner? Didn't know that the grinders could be flipped in shape. Yes, they can. It's fairly recent. It's in the last update they made that possible. Break time. Yes, actually, break time. A very good point, Cody. We have ads starting in 1 minute, so we are going to take a little bit of a break. So I can refill coffee and you guys can stretch your legs, get some noms, get some snacks, get some more beverages. So let's see. Let me start a 5 minutes break and we will see each other in just 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. I will be right back. See you in a few minutes. And we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Let me go back to the game. 5 minutes, oh là là, c'est long. Oh, it's not that bad. It is barely enough time for me to make coffee. Just the time to heat the water. It takes about 5 minutes. So yeah. Food will be pasta with pesto and canned sardine, which will spike Bartok's interest for sure. Ooh yes, I can imagine that. Just the improv joke, sorry. Oh! Oh yes. Yeah, I think I remember. I think I do remember. So, let's see. So we have grinders here. Well, grinders actually... Can you change the shape of the grinders? No, not the shape. You just change the direction. But you can flip the processors. You can flip the processors. And like most buildings that can be flipped. Where it makes sense, you can flip them. But the grinders you can only rotate because they're already symmetrical, so yeah. Talking about which, so we need to feed the grinders with table saws. Oops. Do not jump on the blade, that is not safe. Generally speaking. Or at least it's not supposed to be. If it is safe to jump on the blade, then maybe you want to consider fixing the saw. We have a bunch of space behind it, but that I don't know that I can do really anything with it. I might just use it for a purchasing portal, honestly. And what I think I'll do is that I'll stack these 4 table saws I need for the shaper on top of that. And maybe even the shaper if I have enough space. I think I might. We'll have to see, but I think we might have enough space. The main issue here being beams. Beams, beams, beams. No, not shelves. Beams. Thank you, game. Yeah, we can definitely do it. And I think within a beam like that... Well, maybe we don't quite fit all the table saws, but we can add a little bit of support other than beams. What is required is to go over the table saws with the beams. And these will be sitting on the top floor of the build, so it doesn't really matter for them as much. The blades are made out of wood, since you only need planks to build them. Or at least no metal. And that wouldn't make for a very effective table saw, would it? But that is a very good point. It is a very good observation. Okay, so that can be my bottom floor. It was Mastani's observation. Well, you have a good eye, Mastani. Okay, so that's dealt with. We can remove it. We only need to feed these 4 table saws in the builds and the shipper, of course. And we need 2 of these builds because I want to double my... Well, we'll need 2 of these entire builds and then 1 of these. It's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot. I'm not sure we'll have enough space up there. But it's okay because now we just need to feed it with fertilizer and that's it. If Cody was here, she would name it. But she's lurking, so we're safe. Oh, wait. That's not 9 wide, is it? That's 7 wide. That's kinda wild. So... I suppose we go with a 5 wide pillar plus wooden blocks on the sides. That's the best we can do. Or we could go with 2, 3 wides and a block in the center. That would also work. I think I prefer this. It looks better, I think. It looks kind of sturdy. I like the look of it. Yeah. And so, same on this side. I thought I'd paste a random block, but no, we're fine. Bertrand! See? Told you. So Cody, that's a question I was having. I was talking with Mimi. I don't know actually if you know Mimizuku, who's a French VTuber. About it. Are you making this remark because I say it a lot? Because I kind of wonder if it's kind of a French-speaking artifact. If I say it a lot. It's possible that it might be like something like in French we say something that would translate to it quite a lot, and so we do also that in English. Okay, so that can work. I'm wondering if we should shift this structure over one. You like naming things, okay. So it's not based on like a pattern of, hey, you say that more often than others or something. You must confess there was a change in the menu. You had put shrimp to defrost in the fridge, so you're having shrimp with coconut milk and curry plus spaghetti. Oh, that actually sounds nice. I don't think that's a bad change of menu. By any stretch of imagination. We could have the table saw come over here. Yeah, I think we can fit the table saws, but I don't think we can fit the shaper over here too. Maybe, we'll see. Right, so if we fit every table saw here, we'd need an additional structure right there to bring the logs. And this is 3x3. We do not have an extra 3x3 available, do we? And I don't know that we can really afford to go higher. Actually, maybe. Or we could encroach a little bit over there. I mean, does it matter? Really? Let me check. If we take a measuring tape, this is 12 long. Yeah, I mean, I could have made the connection to the fact that it's a 10 beam plus 2 blocks. That would have been the clever way to do it, but you know, I chose to do otherwise. And this is 12 long. So really, I'd like to be able to not elongate the entire thing. One thing maybe I could do could be to rework this to have a space right here where I can hit the shaper. By moving these assemblers to the side and... Yeah. I feel like that might be beneficial. Also, I'm just realizing this could totally be a metal stand as a support structure with possibly blocks on the side. Because we do need an elevator to bring the logs up here. And possibly another one to bring the logs up here would be best. And that one that can totally done, yes. Yes, Celestor. English. Totally, a famous English word. Totally the goat. Actually, we don't need a support structure at all. If we move the entire thing, then we can just take an elevator. Like this, like that. And beam bam boom, Bob's your uncle. Yeah, I do like that. So I just need to rework the supports over here. That's all I need to do. That's fairly easy. The first thing we need to do is to shave off the top of the build, and then we remove the supports here. I just had an idea. But let's save it for in a minute. Let's do things in order. If at all possible. So this would support these 3 central pillars, right? And then we just need the support on each side. And really, honestly, I think we just have blocks. But one of them, at least, on each side, is going to need to be a stand. It doesn't need to be a tall stand, it just needs to be a stand. Because what we can do, and that's the idea I had a moment ago, is have elevators go up just like over there. Rather than like have something that's asymmetrical. This is gonna look great. Yeah, it's going to also... Well, I don't know. Actually, it might be more storage, more buffering than not. But who cares? At this point, that's just pocket money. So we need little stands over here, little stands over there. Okay, log. Well, log the Z in a moment, apparently. I'm just gonna have coffee and judge the game. Also, look how much money we're making now. We sold nearly 200 turquoise yesterday. Even without selling the Jupiter, we would make like almost 200 silver coin in the day. Our expenses are not even that high, even despite buying 18 rotten logs, which are a lot. I think these rotten logs, in the large part, are for the vitality potions. Actually, maybe also like the 200 turquoise, each of them taking, I think, 1 healing potion. That's like almost 300 healing potions that we consumed within the day. That's not negligible. At all. Okay, so that should work. Poof, poof, poof. And... lock it. And that's how you find yourself in caps locks. Which incidentally means we didn't have to be so... like we had one more block available. basically, in terms of length. If we wanted to. But do we? When we can do something that elegant? Really? Do we want to do anything different with our lives? No, absolutely not. Everything that has the advanced fertilizer in the production somewhere. Yeah, but like the big things I think were these ones. Do you not have any steel related, iron relating things you sell, like the steel gears? Didn't see any purchase of iron stones. Yeah, I do. I do have steel gears being sold. And I think we sold quite a few. Right here. And I have nails over here being sold. And I think that's it. In terms of iron related things so far. Yeah. But the only thing is the iron stones last a very long time. Like, each one lasts like 10 minutes and we might have a buffer of them possibly. Maybe not? I don't know. But like, it's not every day we buy one. If we were producing iron at full speed, we would consume 2 every 10 minutes currently in the factory. So 1 every 5 minutes. I don't know how long is a day, but like it's something like 10 or 20 minutes. But we're not even remotely consuming them at full speed. I don't think we're even running at 1/4 speed this. To be honest. To be honest. To be honest, yes. To be hornet. No! So, planks can go this direction. And yeah, I think we've pretty much decided to rework this build then. It would be nice then if we can have this shoot up. Well, it's gonna have to poke out to the side, won't it? Unless... Can we just have the output right here? Yeah, but then how would we input money? That wouldn't quite work, would it? Possibly. Can I sidestep somehow? I don't think I can. It is a bit complicated. So I suppose the entire build is gonna have to be like 13 long on a technicality. No, it does not. This can be sidestepped. This can definitely be sidestepped. Yep. Though I might have to replace that block by scaffolding. I think I do. Because then we can have this like be elevator. No, actually we might be okay. Because we can go like this. It's not as elegant though. I think I still want to replace these with scaffolding, even though I could like go out over here and have the elevator pick from the side and go up. But I'd rather have it pick from the back, I think. I think it looks better to have it come here and go up. And that frees up this entire part, which means we will be able to have elevator from here to there. Nice. And so you know what that means? Yep, we're shaving off the top. As you do. Question. Splitter vertical in the middle and removing the middle steel beam. A vertical splitter in the middle. To do what? To get my planks to the top sawmills. I don't need to get the planks to the tops. Oh, the logs, you mean? Let me see. I mean, I could remove this, indeed. It shouldn't be necessarily impossible. I mean, I could just like have these rejoin and have it go across, but I do like the aesthetic of having elevators that go here to the back of the table, so and what I want to use this space for is to bring back the planks from these table saws and the gears from this entire build to the shaper. So to come up here and to go over there. So yes, I could. But I think this looks more elegant. It's purely a question of looks. I mean, there are multiple solutions to get the logs up there, right? What I do not want, what I would not like, would be to have to make the build longer. But there are several ways I could do it. I could just as well take these, go over there, and distribute behind. The problem is that these being on the edge, it would mean having to build a structure behind them. Which I can do. I just don't want to. Basically. I think it would look worse to have a wall go all the way up. So I don't want to do it. That's basically my reasoning here. Hey Worm, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. How is the factory? The factory is doing great, thank you. Look at that, we are at 99% approval from our customers. So overall, pretty good. We are trying to improve things by redesigning at the moment the Jupiter setup, which is the most hungry build we've had so far. It is our first alchemical relic, and we already have a build that does that, but we need to have it go faster, and so we're redesigning with... Like, we've learned to design more 3D, right? This is one of the first somewhat 3D builds I made. But like, we have pulleys over here being made, and then this. Like, it's all very bulky. I never liked the pulleys build. This wall of belts looks nasty. And so we've redesigned the whole thing. This is our new pulleys build, which looks, I think, a lot nicer and includes its own plants, which currently are being taken. Like, that's the plants that we had for the pulleys. And now it's all self-contained. And now we are rebuilding the other parts of the build. We're actually going to modify this in a moment. But we're just finishing up with the small gears and planks. And then the last thing we have to fit inside the build, and that's why we are going to have to modify this a little bit, is the shaper that we currently don't have anywhere to put. So yeah, this is shaping up pretty well, I think. You're doing well, mostly lurking. Yeah, I appreciate the lurk. I spend a lot of the time lurking in streams too. So let's put back the top of the build. So these are connected to the elevators, that's perfect. And then we can just have elevators on this side as well. And that's going to give it a little bit more symmetry and make it look nice. And then, because we have done that, we have freed up that space in the middle, which does allow us to bring up the gears. So that's the gears output. And this belt is the planks output for the shaper. We can take things here, just like that. And then we just need to send all of this to the shaper. And we can even, if we want, I don't know how we want to input the money, but like, if we want to have it shot from somewhere else, we could very much have an elevator like this and a trough up top, or whatever we want to do. Nope. 5. Just like that. And this should be ordering logs before I forget. And so the logs come out of here, go to these 2 table saws, come up the elevators to these 2 table saws, go across, and goes up here and up the elevators to these 2 table saws. So we are feeding everything. The 2 bottom table saws feed into the grinders to make large gears. And then each set of 3 grinders send its large gears down to the processors downstairs that turn the large gears into small gears. And the entire thing outputs on the belt in the middle, goes over this way and up the elevator. And that's it. And these table saws are just making planks. Because we need planks. Why do we need these two things? We do not. So let's remove them. And that is it, really. A nice little build. So these 4 table saws that we had sketched are taken care of. All we need to fit is the shaper. So, over here. So my thought here is we can take these 2 assemblers, shift them 1 tile to the side, take these 2 assemblers, shift them 1 tile to the side, and then we have a 4 wide gap in the middle where we can probably fit things, right? We'll have to figure out how to hop over the table saws and possibly purchasing portals, although that's easily solvable for the purchasing portals, but less so for the table saws. But I'm sure we can do that. And then the output can be in the middle. The problem is we need to feed them differently then. Actually, is it gonna work? Yeah, I think we can make it work. But we'll need to remove the top layer and redo the circuit for bringing stuff up to the assembler. So, removing the top layer. A process that's not entirely foreign to us, does it? Not like we have done the exact same thing several times in the past few minutes. I will, I think, just remove the stones. No, not this. Okay. I will just remove the stones, but more clever way. Right, this entire layer is basically just stone. And end of the day. Let's see what we did today. 109 health potions, 178 turquoise, so that's basically almost 300 health potions. Not bad. You see, only 60 steel gears, so it's not that much. And almost, like, yeah, 150 vitality potions, so that's quite a lot of potion stuff. So yeah, we purchased 16 logs today. That's fairly significant. So that means that our fertilizer build is running quite fast, and 182 outside of the Jupiter we sold. That's not bad. Okay, so let's see here. Let's remove that too. I want to have a clear view of what I'm doing. So that's the space we have to work with. Let's remove the elevators. We could just do it on one side, it's entirely symmetrical, so if we solve this side, then we can just copy to this side. Let's see. So one table saw would output directly in front of this, first of all. So that seems like an easy solution, right? We can just have an elevator right here. The problem is the second table saw would output over here. I mean, this seems pretty easily solvable, doesn't it? We just do this. Hang on. No. 4. Thank you, Alastor. Did I put the wrong direction of elevator here? I think I might have. Let me redo it just in case. And then we have the belt pointing inside the elevator that can connect to the table, so that should work, shouldn't it? And then we just need to have 2 elevators right here that take from this other belt. I think that's solved. I think that is solved. So we have a solution. We just need to apply it. No, not this one. Specifically not this one. What do you mean overlapping with other devices? No, it was just overlapping with itself, I think. That's fine. Game be silly sometimes. Yeah. And then we point into here and we're done with this floor. So, we just need to put back the scaffolding and the stones. So we can support the table saws. There we go. And that should be all I need to do to place them back, I believe. You're connecting, and you're connecting. Yeah, that's perfect. And now we have a ton of space here in the middle. We will need to have one more depth here, so you know what that means. That needs more stone. Make the build heavier. And this should be enough space for a shaper. I'm going to need to choose to lean one way. Yeah, I think that's centered on the build. I mean, it's not, but at least it's on top of this plant. So I think at least it gives it an element of, yeah, it's where it should go. And so we can something like that. We reverse the output of these two. Okay, fine. I can just delete the belt and replace it. When you try to reverse belt, the outside one is always a mess. It never goes well. Right, what we do need to do is to bring the planks and stuff over here though. So next we need to figure out how to do that. I mean, oh, this could be the output. We could reverse it and have the build right next to this. It might look better, actually. I think it might. Okay, let's do that. So, we take this entire thing. I'm getting shot with gears, don't worry about it. And we move this entire build right next to the other one. And so instead of having the output on this side, we're going to try to have it on the inside. Dang it, I should have copied it or cut it. Yeah, I like this idea. And so over here we can have elevator, and I'm out of ropes. Huh? That hasn't happened in a while. I think we don't have... Let's check. But I think we are out of ropes downstairs. In the chest monster. We have pulleys, but I don't think we have any more ropes. They were in this thing. Yeah. That means we go steal ropes from the rope build. It's been a long while since we have done that. Ropes don't go very fast, to be honest. To be fair. Right. Okay, so that works. That works out. I just need to bring these two belts over there. How do I do that? I mean, I could extend this by one steel beam. And just have these go higher. A little bit. Instead of going in 2 steps. But wouldn't it be best to have kind of custom scaffolding? Also, we need like seeds in here. We need to be able to access the nurseries to insert the flax seeds. So I think that makes the choice for us. Because we need to be able to point at them at some point. Yeah. So, let's see. This is a small version, I want a tall version. I just want to go here. How far are we? Ah, that's perfect. That is perfect. Yeah, I think we go like this. Then we elevate her down. This one. And bring it... Again, break it out right here. And then we do the same on this level. I don't know that it's the most elegant solution ever, but it will work. And that's good enough. I would prefer for it to not poke out. And to look a little bit more symmetrical, but that's it. We'll be fine. Is there any space at all in here for a cannon relay between these two troughs for money? I honestly don't think there is. I mean, we could botch something together over here, but we don't really have a 2x2 space available. I think that's fine. We'll handle it one way or the other. That, however, is not fine. An output not outputting is not allowed. Alright, I think it's time to test the build. So what's the size here? This is... I think this is 12 by... Yeah, 12. And nothing pokes out on this side. Or this side. By... 19. 12 by 19. Let's go see upstairs. What kind of space do we have available if we remove everything? 16. Yeah, so if we want, like, let's say 4 on each side at least. 1, 2, 3, 4. We wouldn't mind one more here. Yeah, that would be perfect. So the 12 is perfectly fine here. And over here, do we have space to fit 2 times 19? We have 42 right here. That is more than 2 times 19. So that would seem to be fine. Ideally, we'd like 2 times 19 plus... what? We'd like a pulley build on top. Well, not on top, but like additional pulley build. Also, we'll need to figure out the output of this thing at some point. But that's actually easily solvable. Okay, there are 2 things I'd like to check. And that's the direction of the inputs, basically. I want this trough to be over here, so it's on the same side as this one. Otherwise it's gonna be a mess. This is reversed, yeah, as always. Okay. And I want the nutrient input to be also reversed. for the exact same reason. I want it on the same side as the money. And that's basically the only two inputs I need for this build, so that's fine. And then I'm going to have the output go the other direction, towards the window. So we're going to have like wall on that side, window and knowledge altar on this side, and that will be great. And so we said we want ideally 2 times 19 plus 1 build of this. And so this is 12 actually. Oh, this is square. Interesting. So ideally we'd like the whole thing to be 2 times 19, so that's like 38 plus 12, 50. Do we have a 50 long space here that can fit these kind of things? Is the question. I think that's a yes. Barely. But I think that's a yes, actually. Ooh. Alright. I almost fell down. Alright, so let me count here. This would be 25. And 25. Uh-huh. And if we take, like, the center... Do we take the center? No, we don't want things to be centered here. If we want, like, a 5 space... And then we say you're allowed 12. That puts it, like, right against this tile. Yeah, that's what we had. Let's have a look. Ooh. We made 52,000 on the turquoise. Pretty good. And almost as much on the steel gears too. We bought so much stone, almost comparable to the amount of logs. That's kinda crazy, actually. I think that's in the large part the turquoise. Okay, so I think here the edges of my build are this and this. And on this side, edge, edge. Ooh, don't delete the entire floor. And that should go up to here. We will need to refill that floor and find another solution to go down. Pretty easy to do. We have plenty of solutions. And so that should be 2 builds of Jupiter plus 1 build of Pulleys. Not bad. Let's go cut off the flax supply for these. That would be these 3 inputs. Hey, Spider Shrine! How do I do my floor support beams? Well, at the moment I don't have much support beams. I don't think I've ever placed a support beam, actually. The thing is, your floor can support up to 4 tiles away from the wall, right? And over here I have like a 3 wide gap, and then a 3 wide gap. So the fact that I have this wall in the middle, which is basically the original wall, I just built up to the width of the building, means that I just never need an extra support. At some point I needed to have these little tiles to support the roofs, but I think they might be... Oops. Like if I deconstruction planner that, yeah, it wouldn't deconstruct anything at this point because the building is now fully supported. But yeah, basically I built up without having the beams, so I did whatever worked, and it turns out I don't need the beams. And yeah, then we have these kind of pillar looking things that you see on different floors. Actually ways to transfer items up and down, namely the money, fertilizer. You can see it in here. You can see the fertilizer going up. There we have money and fuel as well. And so here on top in the corner you have these 3 pass-throughs, and then it goes on shelves to be transferred across the floors where it's needed. You will figure it out, thank you. Though I think the idea is just that if you place a pillar here, we can sketch it out somewhere. Let's see, if I place a pillar, yeah, I can place a floor on it, right? You can place a floor on the pillar. So if I were to place like a pillar here, that's what you're looking for for the pillars. Yeah. And another pillar here. Then, come on, can I rotate or something? This is supported. And this is supported. And if I remove this pillar, this is still supported. So I think it's just that a pillar can support 2 tiles away from it. It's unlocked, I believe, by level 4. Let me check. Let's go to the bedroom. Yeah, level 4, I believe. Which, actually, yeah. Building tool level 4. No, level 3, sorry. So it's unlocked by building tool level 3. It's the last thing I unlocked, which I think at the moment is the maximum level unlock for building tools. And basically it's unlocked by being able to make the vitality potions, I believe. And so, yeah, basically the idea is that once you have these, you can have like one every floor, 4 tiles. But before that, if you have walls, they play the same role as a pillar, right? So you can have a half wall instead, and it will do the same. So if I take here... Oh, I can't... Well, that's kind of silly. Let's see. So if I remove this entire thing goes, right? And if I put a half wall, I can do the exact same thing. And here it would be green again because then it's against the wall. Level 3 is steel ingots. Ah, yeah, sorry. Yeah, and steel ingots is what you can make once you can make vitality potions. Right. Because at level 4 you can make steel. Yeah. So you can use like a half wall if you want, like this. And it's basically the same role as a pillar when you're at level 2. It's just a bit more bulky. And so that's what I kind of initially did. You'll see little half walls. Well, not anymore in here. But like in here I had half walls. All my structure had half walls near the roofs. At the edges. Because, well, it was required to be able to have the structure self-support at some point when I was building, because I was building from the side without having much in the middle. But no, they're not really needed anymore. They're just legacy parts of the design of the building that kind of stay here because I built around that, and so I have no reason to remove them. So let's see, let's try to install this Jupiter build, shall we? Is it scary? Yes, a little bit. Because we're going to have to remove our entire pulleys and Jupiter build. So first things first, we need to cut it out. Do I just delete that? Yeah, I think I just deleted that. Right, so no flags for you anymore. And no flags for you anymore. This one I guess is the Jupiter one, seeing how fast it goes. Means probably this one is barely gonna move and I'm going to end up with tons of flags on my hands, unless... Can I make it maybe divert to the other one? Yes, I do think I can. So I'm just going to revert the belt and have it feed the pulleys to the Jupiter thing once this runs out. So this is the 6 belts that were going up, right? You see them over here. This one is emptying, this one is fairly static because it's just pulleys for the shop. And I have a ton of pulleys. Well, I'm not buying a ton of pulleys in the shop, right? But this is going to the Jupiter making machine, and that's a lot more hungry. This is 70%. We'll have to see what we do with that. Maybe we'll feed it with the other pulley build. We'll have to see. Once the both of them dry out. Why is my head pine tree shape? Oh, right. I kinda like the idea of this build of jumping planks across the rest of the build. But overall, it's just like so ugly to look at. Alright, let's consume the flax of this one while this one is dying. Perfect, perfect. And then we need to remove this entire thing. Oh boy. Not scary at all. I wonder how many bags. I mean, I'm being scared by that when, like, last stream I removed an entire floor. I don't know why I'm being scared by that, honestly. It's peanuts comparatively. I think I might have to stop this build before it's entirely consumed, just because we have produced a full Jupiter and I'm going to want to remove that shaper without wasting tons of materials that at the very best I'm going to have to handle in my inventory afterwards. Yeah. I'm already gonna have a lot. I mean, it will have consumed most of the flax, to be fair. Like, these two side ones are out of flax. Let's go, let's remove the shaper. I have a Jupiter in my inventory. Oh, interesting. Well, a 0.3% Jupiter in my inventory. Oh, so you can consume partial Jupiters. Interesting. Well, I suppose I can feed a partial Jupiter. Okay, so let's put back the shaper then. And we're going to feed back the 0.3% Jupiter. And then we'll feed this back to one of the new Jupiter machines before we start the new build. That will be okay, I think. I hope. If it's not, well, sucks to be us, I suppose. So... nope. That would be a big nope, nope, nope. Remove these. Out of pulleys yet? Nope. God. That's just so much. So much stuff. That's without even thinking about these pulleys. Do I feed them back? I think I might as well. Let me see what I need for the blueprint. So, what do you need? you would need 1100 planks, some big gears, some sigils, some iron, a few nails, but no pulleys or anything like that. Right. I think I might actually save this blueprint. Oop, I'm in caps lock. Okay. That way you can recall it. So it's not anything produced by this build. So yeah, I think we do feed this back to the build. I suppose what we can do probably... Oh well, that's perfect, look at that. Is just take this and inject it back in the priority input. Like maybe keep a stack of that in case. We might have to wait a while here. Why is it taking so long to consume a few pulleys? Just, I suppose, because we had just so much backed up that even though we have consumed all the flags, like we have still stuff in every single machine. Not every single one, but a lot of them. This build takes a surprising amount of time to stop, actually. Well, that's silly. Don't do that, please. Let's just throw these flags. We can consolidate the inventory. Let's start preparing to actually place it, right? We might as well. We'll have a lot of logs to deal with. Yeah, we only sell like 40 pulleys per day. It's barely a stack. Look at that. 2 iron consumed today. Not bad. Okay, so this is dead. This part is dead. We can already start removing that. No, I don't want to copy it. I want to remove it. I should really use the delete tool instead of the copy tool. That would be better, I suppose. We do still have the catapult going up here. What did I remove here? No, deselect that, please. Oh god, I'm making it worse. Ah! Ah. Okay, you can remove that. You keep that removed. Doesn't really matter. No. Ooh, Zara, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. How is it going, friend? How was Turnbound? Oh, what is Turnbound? I don't know this game, actually. Okay, I think I can remove that without destroying all the planks builds. Oh, look at that. That looks so much better already. We haven't even removed the entire ugly build. Oh, we already made an improvement. Turnbound is a problem. It's basically like backpack battles. Ah, I see. Yeah, that is your kind of games, isn't it? Would you say you're addicted? Perhaps. Slightly. We should definitely remove that. Stop feeding. I should have removed that ages ago, actually. Same for you, right? Probably. Better. They keep buying logs, but like, I want the build to run out of stuff. Ideally. You're not agreeing, but also not disagreeing. I see. You won't comment without a presence of your lawyer. How goes the factory? It goes pretty well, actually. Look at the reputation. We are at 100% client approval. And this means we started selling a lot more than we used to. We have today made a turquoise build. Nice little turquoise build here. We're shooting turquoise across. I'm sure that's not gonna be a problem. And we just made a new Jupiter build. The plan is to double the production of Jupiters. So we're going to paste that twice. And it's going to replace the existing Jupiter build and the existing pulleys build. So we will have basically 2 times the entire Jupiter build and 1 times just the pulleys part, which is basically independent. I mean, it has the shaper on it, but if you remove the shaper, it's just a pulleys build. So yeah, that's the plan. So we are about to rip out that entire floor. And start rebuilding stuff in its place. So right now I'm trying to get rid of the entire stock of pulleys. It's taking a while. You want to remodel your factory a little? Am I giving you ideas? To be fair, like most of this is going, actually, eventually. I think, like, this way of doing things is going, because once you have advanced fertilizer, you don't need to have an independent farming build. You can just have the few plants you need be part of your build, right? What I'm really proud about is this fertilizer, money, and fuel distribution system that's going all around the factory. You can see it here, you can see it over there. Actually, you can see it actually in action over here. Because right here we are taking fertilizer and money, And on this side, we are taking fertilizer, money, and fuel. That is being sent to these builds. And with these columns, it goes through every floor. So you can see here how it goes up. I think it takes, yeah, that's the input basically of fuel and fertilizer to go upstairs from over here. So that's where fuel goes on this system, and that's where fertilizer enters this system. And from there it gets distributed everywhere. The limitation, of course, is that this is limited by the belt speed. But once you get with high enough level fuel and fertilizer, if you're gonna be consuming a belt of fuel or a belt of fertilizer in a build, you might as well just have a dedicated build for it, right? You can see that. So we are consuming at the moment more fuel than the monstrosity is producing, and that's good news because that's a requirement. And we're just consuming a tiny bit more, so these ones are slightly going, barely. And in terms of fertilizer, we're way keeping up. Like, this is barely running. So that's rather nice. Let's see. Yeah, so we were waiting on this to run out of pulleys. I mean, I could start replacing the pulleys build. I just have to move the storage of pulleys over here. And then I can dismantle this hull already. That's not a bad idea. Where would it go? So, on this side we will go here, and here will be the limit. We will need to replace the floor. We're going to be shooting stuff through the floor temporarily, that's fine. I'm not fussed about it, you are. I'm a little bit fussed about it. Yeah. I mean, we don't even technically have to remove that. We could just keep it in for now. But I think I will copy it just because... I mean, copy it, move it, whatever. Oh, well, actually, we just ran out of the stuff. Let me remove this storage box real quick. Because we have finally consumed all the pulleys. Nice. Okay, so this is running out. We're gonna have so many logs again. It's gonna be a nightmare. Let's just wait a minute. And here we go. So we can already start removing that stuff. X. Where does... I think that's where the pulleys stop being a build. Yep. Yep. Only 3 stacks? You're spoiling me, game. Right, let's have a few boxes. This is gonna be the logs nightmare. Oh hey, that's not even that many logs. Planks. We're going to consume a lot of these, actually. Yeah. This goes to the trash bin, this goes to the trash bin, this goes to the trash bin. This goes to the Jupiter build. Right. And just a few logs. Not that many, as you can see. We haven't yet removed all the logs from over there. It's gonna be a few too. Possibly as many. Oh hey, this deserves a second box. Alright. Next is this part of the build, the Jupiter dedicated part. Only 2 sacks. It's just slacking now. At this point. We have a few gears though that we'll need to get rid of somehow. I mean, it can just go into gears priority input, to be fair, and stop the gears build for a while. That's entirely a possibility. Let go. Let's take like a stack of this. Let's see. So the Jupiter build requires a lot more planks. It requires, yeah, less a stack of big gears and less than a stack of small gears, so I can get rid of a lot of the small gears I have on me at the moment. Let's consolidate inventory first. I only have 3 stacks, to be fair. It's not that much. Right. Let's go and collect a bunch of nails. Nails are... this box? Yes, this box. Let's just take them all. That's maybe too many nails. We'll see. It is possible. This might be too many nails. Like, we need, I think, 3 stacks of nails per build. 4, well, 3 and a few. And we need, so 12, so 6 stacks of planks. Right. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we should have everything, yes. Let's go. Yeah, it's not that big of a build, to be fair. So that would be my output, so I think that's supposed to go window side. Yep. And that's where it's supposed to be placed. Let's go. And then we need another one right next to it. And then like a half build. So what do we need again? We're going to need sigils. I think we have some downstairs, some stones, steel, a bunch of planks. We should be fine. I think we need like a few more. Actually, was it just a stack? Yeah, just a stack is enough. So what we need is planks, sigils, steel, and stone. Steel. Take a stack. Stone should be over here. Give me like 2 stacks. And sigils, I think I have some in this chest monster. Only one actually. Well, let's go buy a few. Let's buy like 8 of them. So that we have a stack. Oh. Here we go. I think the issue with turquoise was a lot of customers wanted turquoise. Like, not having Jupiters isn't that bad because there isn't that many customers that want it. Since it's a very expensive one. The turquoise is much more commonly bought. We're making so much money. And we're about to make so much more money. I have everything, right? Perfect. And so now I just need another of these builds. So I can just copy this and see what I need to place it. I need some iron, I need some big gears, like 4 stacks of planks, and a few nails. Like 2 stacks of nails actually. One, two, three, 4. Might as well replenish the small gears, although I don't think it was what we needed. Some of this isn't even gonna be necessary technically because we're going to remove some stuff, but who the hell cares? What the heck did I say? That's it. We have everything. Okay. Yeah. Duck. And this should fit right there perfectly. See the marker blocks? They go perfectly around the build. Actually, I messed it up over here. Oh yeah, I miscounted. I started after that block where it should have been. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I didn't use this marker, so I didn't misplace anything. So everything's good in the world. It's not, but let's pretend. Okay, so we have money over here, money over there, money over here, and we have money up here and up here. So we'll need like to, I don't know, to throw money at a lot of stuff actually. That's fine, and we'll also need fertilizer. Do I throw fertilizer or do I feed fertilizer? Also, we need flax seeds. Let's go get the flax seeds. We need 9 of them. We can start dismantling this. These 2 columns here were what used to feed the entire build that we just replaced in flax, right? So we don't need them anymore, technically. We have removed the need for them. So let's plant a little bit of flax. Still, with advanced fertilizer, still needing 9 flax nurseries is actually quite a lot. This should get removed. That's what fed the inputs to the shaper. We remove the shaper on itself, of course. And so this can be my pulley's output. We will of course need to feed a lot of logs to a lot of these. We'll try to use the logs to fill the buffers here as much as we can. And we'll need to figure out a way to bring the stuff down. I'm thinking maybe an elevator going down there might work. Because we can remove all of this. Not the ceiling, please. I'd like to keep the building. Thank you. Actually, I think some of these might be problematic because somehow the game thinks they are linked to some parts of the ceiling. Um, that they're supporting the ceiling. Or at least last time I tried it was kind of thinking that. Uh-huh. So yeah, we could totally, I think... have pulleys and even Jupiters, honestly, going down there. Another option would be to bring them down through this column. Should I do that? I mean, I could also just keep the circuit we currently have for Jupiters and throw it out the window and back up inside. For now it works, but it won't work long term. That's the main issue. Jupiter, incomplete Jupiter can go in here. Actually, I forgot to set the recipes for that one. And that one. It's not a huge problem. A slight one. That means we can finally remove the last remnants of this build we had. Let's go. Yeah, so we could... I don't know, do we go out this way and feed the knowledge altar that's over here? I think we still do. I think we still do. We could do the same kind of thing for the pulleys, it would work. Why is this here? Maybe because I was anticipating using that for something else? I think it would work to shoot pulleys over here. It's not a good long-term solution, but it is a good short-term one. And do I care about long-term solutions? Actually, yes, but... do I care enough right now? I don't think so. Okay, so we are sending the pulleys over here, that's perfect. And then we need to relay them over there. Where are my pulleys going eventually? Who's shooting the pulleys? Who's pulling the strings? That was a terrible pun, I apologize. I think that's the one. Yep. Okay, so these two. We said these two, huh? Yep. At the moment, it's coming from somewhere upstairs. To the dungeon. Wait, one stream. I mean, I do have a dungeon. I do. Yes, so instead of shooting from across here... oh, I don't know where it goes, but yeah. Yeah, that's probably... Where are you shooting? Oh, yeah. Right, so that's my relay for the pulleys, I think. I see. So pulleys is this one. Well, we shoot from the window. Over here. Ah, no, not over here. I fell down the wrong floor. Time to go back up. Okay. Obstacles. Oh, not the obstacles. I hate obstacles in my path. Right, we're going to have to do the same thing as we are doing over here, I think. Well, maybe not. Yeah, no, definitely we are going to have to. Though it's not the same thing, it's the same thing I was thinking it was doing, which it's not. So you send to the pulleys. It's just a relay. No, wrong one. This one. Yeah. Okay, and we are shooting here from up top. Yes. Ooh, this is being difficult. Right, and so... what we can do here is have Jupiters come on one side, pulleys come on the other side, and we make things more symmetrical. And that we do appreciate. Please? Let's see. So the Jupiters can come up here. The pulleys can come up there. And then we'll just take them down the build and run them against the ground, I think. There's not too much to it. No need to overthink that one. Perfect, and then the pulleys come out of this one. In a pretty similar fashion, because I just hooked the Jupiters on top of the pulleys. So this disappears. And whatever was receiving downstairs will disappear as well. I went on a floor too much. A floor too many. You seem to have stopped playing receiver all of a sudden. Aha. So where are you going? Over the build and far away? I think that's the one. Yes, it is. And right into... this one. Nice! We are cleaning up slowly. The logistics are cleaning up. That is good. That is excellent. Okay, so next we need What do we need? I got Nightwish stuck in your head now. Well, sorry, not sorry. There are worse musics to be stuck in your head, to be honest. In my opinion, at least. It could be a lot worse. Right, we have the money and fertilizer that we need to bring. So as long as I don't bring fertilizer, it's not actually gonna start. And as long as I don't bring money, it's not going to consume, well, to start buying logs. And that's the part we care about right now. Oh my god, I have so much fertilizer in my inventory. It's fine, we have a box for that. That would be better. So, few logs, please. Perfect. First, let's manually feed these machines. They're not gonna have no buffer, so might as well. Oh, inventory empty. Oh, let me fill up again. This is your half past midnight notification information that Mastani is leaving to stream to go to sleep. Have a great night, Mastani. Thank you for the notification. And yeah, I hope to see you next time. End of day. This is my day 239 notification too. As it turns out. How many pulleys did we sell? Not that many less than usual, to be fair. I think we might have not run out yet. No Jupiters, though. As should be expected. I'm stuck. What am I stuck on? Maybe I'm stuck on my keys. I think I was hitting the wrong keys. I keep shifting my hand when I play games and starting to hit the wrong keys and feel silly about it. Okay. So this would be the table saws. I mean, there are still some inside, but we won't care too much right now. What we will care about is that we kind of want to fill these two circuits with logs. And to do that, because like we still have a few boxes, right? To do that, I do propose, well, first of all, we remove this. This was just a measurement tape. We take the purchasing portals away for a little bit. we're going to have this, a little bit of that. Ooh, 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 ooh. Maybe, maybe not. Yay. Maybe yes. Okay, let's make our life easier this time and do it the right order. The easier order. And just like that, it should go 50-50. Ooh! I see a Kimi! Welcome in, Kimi and Raiders! How are you doing? Thank you for the raid. What were you playing? Library of Ruina. Oh, I don't know this one. How is it going? How was your stream? What kind of game is this? Tell me about it. Is it an RPG? It sounds like an RPG game. I could be entirely wrong. Anyway, welcome in everybody. If you don't know me, if it's your first time here, I am Alastair, and I like to play a lot of factory building games like we're playing today, city building games, colony building games, and puzzle games. That's genres you can find most over here. And today, as well as the last few weeks actually, we are playing Alchemy Factory, which is a game about running a little nice alchemy shop. Let me show you the shop. So yeah, we have a little alchemy shop over here. Very cute. Customers come in, grab stuff from the shelves, pay, we get the money, but we have to keep the shop stocked, right? And so to keep the shop stocked, we start making a factory. I'd say mid-game. So a lot of the builds that you'll see will seem fairly complex because, well, I have redesigned them along the way a few times. But yeah, we have these little cannons, and so we're shooting items on the shelves and across the factory. We have a few catapults as well. And we have these big builds that we are doing. It's a very dark story-wise game, but it's definitely interesting. Makes you think mostly, makes you sad. The deck building game, essentially. Oh, turning people into books and using them to fight. Oh, interesting. That kind of reminds me of oh, what's the name of this ARPG? No, ARG, not ARPG. Which is a deck building game where you get turned into cards when you die. I can't remember the name. Anyway, yeah, it reminds me of that other game, which was a very good one actually, but same, very dark story. You love the cannons just hitting things into the shelves. You do not know that one. Which one is it? Let me find it. Do I have it even in my library? I don't think I do actually. Dang it. Let me find it. I will find it. No. I will find it. I'm sorry about the music. It cuts out when I click out of the window. Um, da, 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 da. Oh my god. It's a nightmare having no memory. I can't find it. Dang it. Maybe I know Jesse Cox played it, but it was a while ago. Okay, I won't find it, I think. You know that feeling you have the memory of a goldfish? The universe and the algorithm always seem to know. Yeah, it's going to. Let's see. I know also Jess had played like one stream of it. Maybe I can find it. By looking at her games played. But yeah, it's a kind of reminiscent of that. Oh, come on. Will I find it? Let's start on a quest for the name of a game. But yeah, anyway, while I'm searching, so yeah, we're making this little factory. So for example, this one is my advanced fertilizer build, which does build on a previous build I made, which I completely redesigned, but like it's a mixture between 3 different instances of a fuel build that you can also find over here, pasted several times. The basic fertilizer build, which is combined with something to turn it into an advanced fertilizer build. So this is what I call the monstrosity, which we installed last stream. Because this entire floor basically was fertilizer production and fuel production over here. And we replaced it by these 3 columns of builds entirely, with much more capacity than we used to have. And so yeah, it's the kind of builds we make in this factory. And so right now we are working on actually a redesign from a previous build, Maybe I should show you the design part, because like this is pasted several times, so this is a single instance of it and we can see it better. This is a build which is going to make alchemical artifacts that are called Jupiters. The problem is that to make a machine making Jupiters work full time, we need like 1 pulley per second, we need like 3 wood gears per second and 2 planks per second. Like, it's an extremely hungry build. We had a design that was taking basically this entire room, and we wanted to double the speed of what we had. And so now we have 1 instance, 2 instances of this build, and half of one, which is just gonna be producing the pulleys, because we also removed the pulleys build that we had here, because I didn't like it. So yeah, that's what we are working on at the moment, and I am currently fueling this system. When we removed the previous build, we had a lot of materials that were left over, like these logs, that are raw materials that I need to refeed to the new build before I start it up, so I don't remain with this stuff on my hands that I don't know what to do with. So that's what we are about to do. We are about to start and actually test this build. Let me see if I can finish finding the name. I'm going to make a last attempt to find the name of the game I was looking for. It does seem to be kind of compromised though. But you never know. It's not over until it's over. Yep, nope, didn't find it. Alright, anyway. I will, if I remember, I will tell you. Okay, so let's see about this build. So that's all I needed to load my logs. So this belt was just there to go and like bring the logs in here. From now on, we will replace this by purchasing portals, which is an important ingredient of this game. Purchasing portals is something we can just feed money to, and it will buy materials through magic, basically. It's these little things here. So we are going to be sending money inside these machines, and they are going to be purchasing stuff from us. At the start of the game, we don't use purchasing portals and all this high-tech stuff. At the start of the game, we're just going to the seller of money, to the seller of logs, and buying logs or buying stones and whatever we need, or iron ore or whatever. But later on, you start automating these, and so now we are automatically at the start of the game. Even you are manually doing the cashier. You are manually going and taking the money from the customers who are waiting for you to show up because you are in the back room working on your build, and then they're like, "Ding, I need to pay." Yeah, but then you can automate these things, and so now we have, for most things, an automation system, and part of this automation system, a very important part, in fact, is what you see in here. This is a system where I have money, fertilizer, and fuel being distributed throughout my factory through these columns that bring stuff up and down between the different floors. And so you see that here fertilizer, fuel, money are being brought up from the lower floors. This can be closed, by the way. Currently it's opened because I was working on it at some point. But when it's closed, it just looks like this little column, which looks kind of nice. And when it's fully in use, this is what the top shelf looks like. And so you see that here we're pulling from it. So this is a build, for example, that is making turquoise. It's making gemstones, and all it takes as an input is fertilizer and money. This build over here is making vitality potions. Over here we're making soap. And so yeah, each of these builds takes some of these inputs that are something I provide to the entire factory. And so that's what we need to do here. We need to put fertilizer on each of these 3 belts and money in each of these troughs. And the previous build was only taking money because I was delivering the plants that it needs, which is flax, through here from downstairs. I have now removed most of it. But yeah, so let's see about that. So we have these cannons that have been set up to deliver money to these builds. Oh, how many troughs do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to need 5 cannons. I don't think I can fit 3 cannons up there. Let me have a little scaffolding. I need more planks. Gotta go eat. Yes, of course. Do take care of yourself. Thank you for the raid again. And yeah. Have a great evening. And absolutely, it is important to do the self-care after the stream.
Thank you for the follow.
Oh, thanks for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. If anybody's shy about follows, they are anonymous on the channel, specifically for that reason. So unless you talk in chat, say something in chat, I won't call you out. And so yeah, at the end of the day, we have a little summary of how much we sold during the day, how much we bought during the day, how much money we made and spent. So that's everything we sold. So we sold a bunch of potions of turquoise. You saw the build earlier that is making them. And you see that we sold no pulleys and we sold no Jupiters. That is because we are out of them. And that's what we are going to restore in a moment. And so we earned 187 silver, with each silver being 1,000 copper coins, and spent 46 silver. So we earned quite a bit of money. But you have to keep in mind that it seems like a lot, but 1 Jupiter is worth 31 silver when we sell it. So by selling a lot more Jupiters, we are going to increase the amount of money we make tremendously. Let's see, I think it would be nice if we can have a shelf centered above the window here, can we? I don't have no nails, but maybe. Once I have nails, maybe we can do that. Yeah, I think we can. We're going to have little beams. Oh no, that's not gonna work, is it? What about a shelf lower? No, that wouldn't work. I have a bad idea. Can I have a beam that goes across? I can. Okay, how do I center it? Where does it need to be? The problem with that is I'm having trouble seeing what I'm doing. I think it needs to be lined up like that. No, one tile further. Like this? Yes, like this. Okay. Okay, so now we can do that over here. Okay. Okay. Can we attach a shelf to that? Yes, we can, although it doesn't look great like this. But now we can have wooden beams here, and that's going to look okay, I think. Yeah, I think that looks alright. A little bit more industrial than I intended. But you know what, I'm actually not mad about it. Oh, though that's not enough space for a cannon, is it? Okay, let me try something else. I think maybe we can fit 2 of them. Ah, dang it. I need more boxes. I need more scaffolding. That's the problem with my system. It's very good. Well, I'm very happy with it. Except for the fact that it's hard to access to modify stuff. Yeah, we can definitely fit another one behind. Okay. Okay, okay. And now we can have the shelf. We could even have the shelf like this. And that might even look better. Does it? What looks better? No, I think it needs to be attached to the wood. Oh, it can't. No, it can. My bad. I mean, does it look better like that? I think it does. Especially... Oh, we can do... You know what we can do? We can simply remove that. We don't need that anymore. We can just replace it by beams. And now that's going to look a lot more supported. Yeah, that is great. What's above here? Can I just remove the floor so I can work on this? Yeah, I think I can. Yeah, definitely. Oh, that's gonna be so much easier. Why didn't I do that earlier? Okay. So yeah, that's gonna be our money belt here. I think I might even remove these floor tiles. Can I? Without destroying everything? Yes. There is a structural integrity simulation, kind of, so you have to be a little bit careful when removing stuff like that. That's why I was a bit worried. But not too much either. Okay, so this cannon can target this money trough, which is going to distribute money to these 4 portals over there, to feed logs to these 4 table saws that you see there, that I have manually loaded. So right now it's just buffering money on the belt. This one is going to be doing the same thing, same here. So it's like 3 times the same thing, right? So this one. Let's talk about this. We are going to need to feed money to the cannon. That would be useful if we want to be able to have the cannon use money, right? I hear. So we're going to put a little elevator right here to bring down money. The game is slightly freaking out. Here we go. So this cannon is fed. Next, same over here, basically. You are going to be sending money over there. It's going to be sending money. We have these 4 table saws on top and 2 table saws below them. Underneath a steel beam structure. And we're going to have the same thing over here. You can see here picking through the purchasing portal. That is going to take care of that. This one sends over here. And finally, in the center, we can have another cannon. Dang it. Make me walk behind so I can put in the belt. And you are feeding to this. So that's all my money troughs fed. Oh. Better? I was wondering why this cannon wasn't shooting. You can see here a little green artifact partially constructed. That's what we are going to be building. This entire thing and this entire thing are going to be building little triangular artifacts like that. Each of these buildings can produce 1 every 10 minutes. So it's fairly slow. These are very hungry builds. And this one is just the pulleys part of it, which is 1 ingredient. This one is going to be producing 1 pulley per second. And so this needs to hit 1 pulley per second for 10 minutes, plus 3 gears per second for 10 minutes, plus 2 planks per second for 10 minutes. Oh, that's a lot of materials that go into it. 1 AM warning, thank you, Flame. And then we just need... So what do we do? Do we shoot it? Or do we... I don't think we shoot it. We need the fertilizer. So the fertilizer... let me crouch. You can see it poking out of this... 2 hole. So we're going to have a little scaffolding structure that goes on top of this, and then we can have belts on top. Perfect. And I think what we are going to do... I have to choose. Either I do it symmetrical, but it's kinda useless. Because like I have 3 inputs, I could just have a belt that goes to all 3. It's not gonna make a difference. But it will look cool. Or I just choose one and I'm like, yeah, it's unbalanced, like asymmetrical, but like maybe sometime later we'll need fuel and we'll be able to restore the symmetry. But I highly doubt it because this floor is kinda full now. So I think we go with the symmetrical option, honestly. Because I prefer things that look cool than things that are maximally efficient. Although we are trying to be efficient with what we do. It's not like we are not caring about efficiency, it's just that, like, if I have to choose between 100% efficiency and something that looks cooler, well, maybe I'll choose the coolest option. But generally, like, it goes together. Generally, like, the most compact, ultra efficient stuff looks very good. In this case, well, it's not even a question of efficiency. It doesn't really make a difference. It's just useless belts, right? We're just going to put in useless belts, basically. For the sake of symmetry. Oh. You go across and you feed this. You go over here and you feed this. But also, you feed this and you feed this. And that's basically it. And we should see these builds start coming online. So these plants over here are going to start producing fertilizer. You see these grinders are starting to grind the flax, not fertilizer, they produce flax, into flax fiber, which is then processed into linen threads, which is then processed into ropes. These ropes then come upstairs, are being sent to these machines and assembled with planks to make wooden pulleys. The planks come from these machines that you know start seeing grinding stuff. Why do I have this belt over here? This doesn't have to be here. This is the output for the Jupiters. And we have pulleys coming out into the cannon, and which are going to be shot across to this window over there. And then down here. My bad. So these are the two cannons. It's getting shot over there, and then down onto the shop floor by these two cannons. So we are now supplying the pulleys to these shelves. So these are the cannons that are actually supplying the shelves over here, that are overlooking the entire shop. And then you see that all the other cannons are like feeding towards them. I have a few things I don't like about the mess that is this floor, and actually the kind of messy ways these are arranged. So slowly I'm moving towards rearranging them in a neater, more organized way. But yeah, that's generally what's happening here. You see that here I even have more catapults that are still in here, which are the old technology. The catapults can only, well, can shoot less far and can only shoot a certain distance. And yeah, immediately like stuff is full, so this is starting to back up. One thing we haven't made with this build is a personal pulley reserve, so we'll have to work on that. We'll do that in a moment. But let me show you around the Jupiters, right? So over here we are producing pulleys in the exact same way as over there that I've shown you a moment ago. But in addition we have this. So what this does is that we have two table saws down here. Ooh, Long, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Hey Squid Long, Cragrack, welcome in everybody. How are you doing? How was Factorio? Ooh, what are you doing in Factorio at the moment? How did the stream go? Tell me about it. Welcome in everybody. If you don't know me, if you're new here, I am Alastor and I play a lot of factory games, city building games, colony building games, and also puzzle games. And today we are playing a very cozy little factory game, which is called Alchemy Factory. You have a migraine. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. But otherwise, well, at least there's that. How am I? I'm doing great, thank you. I am doing great. Ooh, thank you for the follow. So yeah, this is Alchemy Factory. It is a game about running a little alchemy shop. This is my shop. Clients come in here. At the moment it's midnight in games, so no clients. But yeah, they come in here, they take stuff from the shelves, and then they come, they pay, and they leave with their stuff, right? It looks super cute, but we have to supply all of that, all of these shelves, right? So what do we do? Well, I am fairly advanced in the game. I'd say mid-game-ish, so the builds look a bit complex, but at the start of the game they are much simpler than that. This is more similar to an early game build with like 2 steps of machines, and then you transport stuff. So for example, this crushes stones. We put limestone in here that we can either buy from the shop, or at the moment I have a magical portal that transforms money into limestone. You crush them into stones, and then you process these stones to make mortars, and then you bring the mortars down to the shop, which I do using these cannons, shooting stuff across. So you see a lot of cannons here. This is what is supplying the shelves. I'm not doing it manually anymore, because doing things manually is for peasants or level 1 alchemists, isn't it? No. I'm level 5 alchemist. I have unlocked steel technology and cannon technologies, so I shoot my potions on my shelves using cannons. And at the end of each day, we have a little summary of what we sold today, how much money we made, what we bought, and how much money we spent. So this is all I sold today. So like healing potions, nails, turquoise, vitality potions, windows, soap, bandages, mortars that you just saw. These kind of things. And to make all that, we bought these materials, rotten logs, which allow us to get mushrooms, to make fertilizer with, limestone, logs, and iron is what I'm using at the moment. And so we earned 226,000 copper and spent 92,000 copper. That's quite a lot. The reason for that is we bought a lot of logs to load the build that we have just started. We have just restarted the build. I was in the middle of explaining it when you came in. And so yeah, in the morning you have clients coming in, picking stuff up from shelves, and the little cannons are shooting everything everywhere across the shop. I love that. I love that sight. Yeah, the game is super neat. Oh, I missed your message. You sent your first ship to Aquilo. Oh, congratulations. It made it, but only barely, and died in orbit. Oh no. So you're not stranded on Aquilo. Or were you on the ship, or was it like a test ship to see if it survived? I need to go back to Space Age. I've stopped, I did Vulcanus, I did Gleba, and then I stopped right after landing on Fulgora. So I need to play Fulgora, etc. I want to go back to that. And so yeah, this is our factory. You had Long scared enough that they didn't go along for the ride. Yeah, that's fair. I think that's what I would do too. And over here is the monstrosity. This is a build we installed last time. It took us 12 hours to design. It's a giant mash of like 3 different builds. This build makes all the fertilizer, the advanced fertilizer for the factory. You see fertilizer here running on top of the belt. That's coming from this build. And a little bit of fuel as well. All the rest of the fuel is made by these builds over here. Some of them are still being kind of jump-started. Actually, we almost are at the point where we can, like these two, we can actually put the purchasing portals in. So yeah, these are fuel builds that make coke powder. Oop, I'm out of sigils. Yeah, you need sigils to make purchasing portals, which I buy at the shop. So that's where I can buy stuff that I'm not making myself, or not purchasing through purchasing portals. Let me buy just like 10 of them real quick, because I am out of purchasing of sigils, which I do need. Right, and here we are still manually logging logs in there because, well, I had a ton of logs left over after I removed the entire flow 2 streams ago. No, last stream, sorry. Yeah, so last stream we removed this entire flow, which was mostly dedicated to making basic fertilizer. Like all this area was basically dedicated to fertilizer, and this entire area over here was dedicated to fuel. We removed all of that and we replaced it by these builds. This is 4 times, well 8 times if you count this second side, the same build, which I can show you because I do have a blueprint. This little cube makes coke powder and holds into a 9x9 floor space. So we have 8 of these builds, and you see we have 3 more at the back of this build to consume planks, basically, that it's producing as a byproduct to make advanced fertilizer. So this part is making basic fertilizer, and then this part is producing the mushrooms to make the advanced fertilizer, while this part is just consuming the mushrooms by making fuel with it. Not the mushrooms, the planks that we get from cutting down rotten logs to get the mushrooms, make advanced fertilizer. And then all of this, the fertilizer, the fuel, is going onto these shelves and being distributed across the factory inside these little columns that go all the way up the factory. And so on each floor, you can see that this one is open, so you can peek inside and you can see stuff going upstairs. So we have 3 commodities that are distributed everywhere. It's fertilizer, fuel, and money. Money comes from the customers paying over there. The fuel and the fertilizer you just sow. And so same, you see the column here, you see these cannons and these belts taking from the shelves. And we just put in service this build. This build is making Jupiters. It is twice the same build. Oh, you see one about to be finished, actually. It is 99% finished. Let's have a look at this. Here we go, that is a Jupiter. Jupiters are being sent, well, 50% of them are being consumed by me to make XP, and 50% of them are being sent to the shop. So I previously was making Jupiters in here, but I wanted to double the capacity, basically. of Jupiter. So what's happening here is that we have this part of the build that is making pulleys. You can see it here on its own, which is for making pulleys for the factory itself. Not the factory, the shop itself mostly. Also the factory. So this buys logs and combines them with ropes, and below here we have, I should look at it from the other side, we have flax plants that are fed fertilizer to get ground down into flax fiber and then make threads and make ropes. And so all of this is being combined into pulleys, right? So here I make pulleys, and I do the same over here, except I feed the pulleys into this shaper to make Jupiters. So this needs 1 pulley per second, this machine, and so this little build makes 1 pulley per second. Each of these, we have 3 of these, you see 1 here, 1 here, 1 here. Each of these is capable of making 1 per second. And then over here we have a second half of the Jupiter build. So we have table saws down here cutting logs into planks. Then we make large gears with them by grinding them down. And then we process them down here to, from the large gear, make small gears. These small gears we need 3 per second inside here, so that's what we're doing. We're making 3 small gears per second here that you see in here being fed to the machine. And here on top we have 4 table saws making 2 planks per second being fed into the machine as well. So yeah, that's basically what's going on in here. We just set this build into motion. So right now we should be producing 1 Jupiter every 5 minutes. And we are capable of producing 1 pulley per second, which is way more than we... You weren't expecting it to make more than 50% to the planet. So it wasn't mine. You can wish you had been on it now. Yeah, except you would now be stranded on Aquilo, right? So could be kinda difficult. Especially if you'd lost a lot of the storage on the ship, I suppose. So yeah, one thing we need to add here on this build. So let me work on that real quick. Is we need to be able to feed back pulleys that we might have and want to get rid of into the build. And we also want to be able to have a little stash of pulleys that we can grab for ourselves, right? So let's do this. This priority merger is going to allow me to have a chest that I can take from before taking from the build, and this chest is just going to be sitting on top of it. Dang it, I'm pressing all the wrong buttons. Here we go. So if I put pulleys in here, for example, maybe not the 50, well, fair enough. If I put pulleys in here, they're just going to get eaten by the build before anything is taken from here. And that's the principle of that one. And then what we can just do simply is have this little chest on the side. And you take stuff from the build. So this is going to be taking stuff from inside here. And so any pulley that I don't want, I can put in here. If I want pulleys, I'll always have 8 stacks of it in here. Simple as that. And so you see that right now it's feeding me a full belt without taking any, and as soon as the chest is full, is empty, I mean, it starts the build. Here we go. So that's something we have on most builds. We don't have that on Jupiter's because that would be very expensive. Each Jupiter is worth 31 silver, which is a lot of money. I think we can get rid of these chests now. They were just there to hold the contents of the previous build that was there. Right, we do have a few too many large wooden gears. Well, it turns out we have this priority input system installed on pretty much every build of the factory. So if we go to the large wooden gears build, let me see. So this is the priority input, yes, for large wooden gears that you see being fully fed in here. So can drop a few. Right. Well, we're not very hungry for planks, so it's kind of a problem. I have too many small gears as well, so I can drop a bunch in here. Downstairs, I can drop my advanced fertilizer. I had a lot, so I have a whole column of chests for the priority input. They have now been consumed by the factory. And yeah, this is the chest monster that was previously containing the entire floor. I have a few stuff left in there, including planks. So I'm just going to stash the planks that I have extra in here, and right now that's where I'm picking planks where I need any. Let's go back upstairs to finish cleaning up, and then we can go have a look at the shop. Maybe we can close this. Oh, and we need to close the floor actually too. That is a good point. Yeah, so that's what it looks like when it's closed. I think that should be fine. Even this one, yeah, it should be fine. I don't think it pokes through the floor, hopefully. Aha, it is not fine. That will be a problem. At the end of the day, when they show profit per made, why doesn't my cash amount increase by the same amount? It stays the same. A very good question. Let me show you. So what you see on the top right is the cash I have in my inventory. I have 555 silver coins and 400 copper coins. So if I were to put that in a chest, it would disappear from the top right. The money I have at the moment, when customers pay, that's something I didn't show in my factory, I apologize. When customers pay at the moment, I have automated cash machine, right? So they come in here, they drop their item over here, and then they pay. It gets automatically put inside here, and then it gets automatically put on these belts. Money goes in here, goes through the wall, inside here. The copper gets converted into silver, then it gets fed to the entire system. So this is the input for money for the entire factory. And so that's where the money that runs on these belts comes from. And whatever's left is put back in this chest. So yeah, that's the part that increases if I'm not touching anything manually. And that's the priority input for money. So if I'm like, hey, I don't care about having copper coins on me, I put it in here, it gets processed. And if I manage to have a full silver coin in here, it gets sent it here. And here there is space to be sent in the factory, so it's getting sent into the factory. Otherwise it goes in the chest. So I lose my profit if it's not in a chest? No, like if you cannot take the money of the customers, they're just going to sit there and wait. I don't know what happens if there are customers that have like picked up items and you haven't taken their money at the end of the day. I'm not super certain about that. Also, ads are about to start, so you might get ads. Hang on, let me snooze them if I can. Yeah, right. I got to it in time. Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure what happens if I don't get to them before the end of the day. But generally, like if it's on a belt, if it's in my inventory, if it's in a chest, or even if it's in the cash machine, because the cash machine can hold up to 10,000 money. So even if you're not taking it out of it with a belt, you can take it out of it manually. You can just grab what's inside. So like if it's not full, customers will continue paying. And if every now and then you come in here and grab it from the machine, that's perfectly fine as well. The game is not trying too much to challenge you in the sense that you are stressed about not making money, etc. Really, the only loss you make is fuel you burn into the furnace. So what happens in here is you see I have fuel that goes into these furnaces. So here it's coke powder. And this is being used. Is there a bit I can show it to you better? Yeah, over here. For example, you can see in these crucibles here, these crucibles consume heat to transform planks into charcoal. And that's also what happens over there. So basically they use heat to process stuff. Same, the Asanator over there consumes heat when it works. And so they are sitting on top of a furnace. The furnace also has a tiny consumption of heat. So when these crucibles are not working, they're not consuming heat. But the stone furnace, when it's not providing heat to the crucible, it's still consuming like 1 heat per second. Something tiny. So that's really the only thing you lose. Because if you have a furnace that's running, that's being fed fuel, but that's not actually doing anything because it's idling, then you're technically losing the money that you spent to craft that fuel. And so here you see like a more typical day of my factory. So I made, so 1 silver coin is 1,000 copper coin, right? So I made basically 195 silver coins and spent 100 in raw materials. And like this is something I manually bought. The rest is raw materials that were used and automatically purchased by the factory. So yeah, it's like I bought 100 logs, 27 rotten logs, 30 limestone, and 2 iron mineral, iron ore. So yeah, so all that profit is just being fed back to my factory, basically. I could also manually feed it to machines or go out there and be like, hey, I would like to buy logs for 200 gold. Not gold, 200 copper, or limestones for 600, or iron ore for 1200. In here I can buy seeds, I can buy coal, rotten logs, I can buy the sigils, these new grid logs. I want to expand my payment system, I can buy more cashiers. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I can buy. And some of them, well, all of them almost, are locked behind us having a certain level. So yeah. And so you see customers coming in there, paying, money gets in there. I could grab it from here. Can't do it. So you see I grabbed what was in here. Otherwise it gets put out into the belt. And then they say if they're happy about what they got, if they're unhappy about what they got. Then sometimes they will say, oh, I would like to see more of that. I didn't catch what she said. You see that this is where Jupiters would stand, and I don't have any at the moment. So if a customer comes in wanting Jupiters, they will complain about it. Ads are about to start again, and I won't snooze them this time. Yeah, so you might have ads in a second. But yeah, so you see she says bandage is really good because like she was happy to find it. And so yeah, hopefully we should start making more Jupiters. And I hope we should be able to sell at least one per day. I'd like to see them start accumulating in here. Let me drop the money that I grabbed, because I really don't care about having copper use a stack in here. Inventory space is precious in these games. I cannot read it. Yeah, so we started making turquoise today. We have just upgraded the Jupiter build significantly. So yeah, this was the design version of it. Do I have anything I need to change in here? I think I'm just going to remake the blueprint with the recipe because I had forgotten to set the recipe when I made the blueprint. So let me quickly like erase the blueprint and redo it. The rest worked like a charm. Oh wait, no, there was a thing, I think. I think there was a machine that wasn't connected. No, we caught it. We did catch it. No, I don't think there was anything else really that was wrong with it. I think we're good. Yep. Okay, so let's do a blueprint. This game gives you blueprints and cut paste tools, this kind of stuff from the get-go, which is really, really nice. Helps a lot, making it feel very cozy. Because you're basically under no pressure to do things manually for a while. You can just work at your own leisure on automating or not. You could choose to do everything manually, almost. You could totally do that. I have a lot of planks on me, so let me drop a few. Maybe I drop a few nails too. I do have a priority input for that. Yep, that's my nails. I'll just keep like 2 stacks. Where is my iron storage? This would be for small gears. Which one is the priority input for iron? Oh, wait a minute. Is this box reversed? I think it is. That's kind of funny. Oh, wait, no. This is a priority input for iron ore. My bad. No, I think iron is just a box at the moment, isn't it? It might just be a box. Yeah, I think it is. So I suppose I have to deal with the iron I have in my inventory. And I'm unhappy with. That's fine, we'll survive. We also have too many portal sigils. Let me just drop stuff in the chest monster downstairs. That's what I used to do, that's what I'll continue doing. Actually, I do have a bunch of iron in here already. Yep, I can take the pulleys here and put them upstairs in the pulleys build. Hey, eat this. Thank you. There's an element in this game of designing your building too. So there is an architectural element to it, which is kind of fun to play with too. I wish they would do more with it. Basically, you buy plots of land and then you decide whatever you do with them. So I could go to pretty much any house in the city and buy it out. Let's see. What's for sale? Yeah, so for example, I could buy out the square over here. Could buy out this, that. These ones next to my shop could be bought out. You can almost buy out the entire city. I'm trying not to. I'm trying to stay with a relatively small footprint in my shop. And so far I think I'm succeeding. Alright, so let's see here. Let's have a little look at the tech tree. Yeah, so that's the tech tree. You progress from level to level, you unlock new machines, you unlock new blocks, new products that you can sell, new intermediate products that you can make, this kind of stuff. So we are currently at level 5. Today we just started making turquoise and we improved significantly our production of Jupiters. What remains to be done? So we are making advanced fertilizer, that's the monstrosity. We are making coke and coke powder. We are making steel and selling steel gears. The only thing that we're not selling really at this level is the transformation potion. The transformation potion is a mix between some coke powder and some gloom spores, which are a mix of yeast and mushrooms. And the yeast is a mix of soap and fruit wine. I won't design the full build today, but let's go for like 15 minutes. I think we can probably start working on yeast and gloom spores for the transformation potion. So let's go in here. Transformation potion. So let's assume that I want, let's say, 2 or 3 machines making transformation potion. I think it's 3 machines where the ratios work out in a way that's kind of pleasing to me. So let's say we want 3 machines of transformation potion. So 1 machine making 1 every 6 seconds, that's going to be 1 every 2 seconds. So that means we need a gloom spore every 2 seconds and 1 cork powder per second, right? Actually, that's a lot of cork powder, isn't it? We're going to be consuming a lot of fuel for that. Cork powder is the current fuel of the factory, so we can just use the fuel builds as they are to provide with cork powder. But we do need gloom spores, so we'd said 1 gloom spore every 2 seconds, right? So this is 2 machines, 2 assemblers making gloom spores. Okay. And 2 assemblers making gloom spores. So 1 every 2 seconds, that is 1 gloom fungus per second. So that will be 10 table saws working on gloom fungus. Yeah, that rings a bell. That's exactly what we have for the monstrosity. That means this is going to be feeding basically 3 fuel builds. Because it produces, as a byproduct, 240 planks per minute. Not per second. So that's 4 planks per second. And that fills like 2 entire fuel builds plus like 40% of one. And then we need yeast powder. So yeast powder, basically we need 2 machines of it running full speed. Since we need 1 every 2 seconds. Okay, so let's see about that. Let's start making yeast powder, shall we? So 2 machines making yeast powder. Each machine... So each machine wants 10 fruit wine per second. So we want 20 fruit wine per second. And want 1 soap powder every 2 seconds. So we want 1 soap powder per second. Let's look at the fruit wine. This is kinda involved, isn't it? That's a lot of steps. So 10 fruit wine per second, that's 6 machines making fruit wine, 6 extractors, extracting from red currant, and we need 1 red currant a second then. And as it turns out, at our current deck level, 1 of these bad boys making red currant is going to produce 1 red currant a second. So we can already start doing that. Nursery. They're called nurseries. So nursery, we're going to put red currant in here. And then we are going to take extractors. We feed 6 extractors with this nursery. So I think we can just do it like this. That will look nice. Have a belt that brings everything here. Our belts are transporting items at 180 items per minute. So 3 items per second, so that's way enough. So all of this is going to be producing my fruit wine, right? And we said we needed how much? 10 or 20? I forgot. We said we needed 2 machines of that, so we need 20. So we need 2 copies of that. Okay. We'll need 2 of. Let me just like copy paste it real quick. Okay. Next, the soap. So we said we want 1 soap per second. 1 soap powder per second. 1 soap powder per second is 1 soap per second being ground by 6 grinders. Okay, 6 grinders is enough. Let me just grab my grinders. Not this, that. So let's place down 6 grinders. Right now we're just sketching. So that's my design process. I'm just placing down the machines. And then we'll see how they arrange together. I have a rough idea of what this build might look like. So I'm already placing some stuff together, but generally if I have no idea what I'm doing, I'm just going to place the machines that I need and then I will arrange them together. So I need grinders. And then I need to make 1 soap per second. How do I make 1 soap per second? I'm going to need 3 blenders producing soap. Okay. Where are my blenders? 3 blenders. Thank you. Okay, 3 blenders. Very good. So you're producing soap. Maybe I should have placed the other machines for the other things actually. Yeah. Why did I not do that? So this is an assembler. We said 2 of them. 2 assemblers making transformation potions. Oh, come on. Yep, end of the day. What did we sell? Oh, we sold 2 Jupiters today. That's exciting. 162 turquoise, 142 vitality potions. That's the highest level potion we have. And 104 healing potion. But that's not bad at all. We made so much money. We made like 276 silver. So like 200 silver profit, right? That's a lot. So gloom spores. So we want... No, we said 3 of them. Sorry, 3 machines. So we want 1 every 2 seconds with these 3 machines. So that's 1 gloom spore every 2 seconds. That will be 2 assemblers making gloom spores. So each of them produces 15 per minute, so that's 30 per minute. And each of them consumes 10 per minute, so that's 30 per minute too, right? So this matches together on ratio, which I really, really like. Gloom fungi, we need 10 table saws for that. I'm just going to place 10 table saws on the ground. Right. And yeast powder. So we need 1 every 2 seconds, so that's 2 blenders producing yeast powder. Let's see my blenders. And so here already I'm going to place them here because I'm going to want to feed my fruit wine right in there, right? Because that's what they consume. In terms of liquid, I need more glass. My glass build is over here. It's been a while since I've needed glass. Oh, come on. What am I doing? I am pressing the wrong keys. That happens from time to time. Okay, so we can paste that. So over here, I think what would look good to have something like this. And then and this vertically connects here. Yeah, I like that. I think that looks good, and then we need to feed in the soap powder, of course, which we'll deal with later. So these are liquid pipes. Okay, so soap. I'm going to look at the other one, the other version of the recipes, so it will be clearer to me what we're doing. Right, so we need 1 soap per second. 1 soap per second is 3 blenders, sorry, making soap. And it is 200 linseed oil per second, right? And each extractor from flax extracts 50 every 2 seconds, so 25 per second. So if I need 200 per second, that is, so 4 of them are going to make 100, so I need 8 of them, right? And these are going to consume 1 flax every 2 seconds each. And flax I produce at 2 per second per nursery. So a nursery can feed 4 of these, right? So we need 2 nurseries, if I'm not mistaken, each feeding 4 of these guys. Is that correct? Yeah, I think that's correct. Because that will be like 4 per second times 50, that's 200 per second, and that's the speed of my soap. Yep. So 2 nurseries of flax, feeding each 4 extractors for linseed oil. I think I'm going to have to shift this a little bit. Right, the game sometimes just freaks out, and I have no idea why. Okay, so 2 nurseries, each feeding 4 extractors. We can have pretty much the same geometry here. That's my nursery's output. And between these two, they need to feed their liquid to these 3 blenders. That's correct, right? Let me check the flax speed for an advanced fertilizer. 150 per minute? Wait, what? Oh. Yeah, because it's limited by belt speed. And these ones, no, also are at 150 per minute. And 150 times each flax, I think, is 24V. So that's like 36, 360. Are we sure about that? That's kinda weird, isn't it? Or is it... Fertilizer nutrient value? I don't think I don't see anything that should affect the speed of this, because my belts are 180 per minute. I'm not entirely sure what's going on here. Why it's reporting 150 per minute. Before it was 120, which was the speed of the belt. But like, if it's capable of running 150 per minute, I do have like seeds that I can put in here. Do I have any red currant seeds? I think I do. But I don't know that I didn't use them. We have a ton of sage seeds that were left over from other builds, from the fertilizers mostly. Let's just buy 2 red currant seeds and have a look at them. Oh, actually, we have red currants planted in here. So these produce at 60 per minute, right? So you see here basically the same build I did. This is making vitality potions. And this is kind of an old version of the build we are making right now for soap. Which was designed around basic fertilizer speeds. So if we say that this is flax speed, right, but it needs to know the kind of fertilizer it uses to know its speed. But I mean, let's take it at face value, 150 per minute. So if these do 150 per minute, how much is that? That's not a round number, that's like 30 per minute more. That's 1 every 2 seconds more. So that's 2.5 per second that we're producing per flax machine. And each extractor consumes 0.5 per second, so we could run a 5th extractor off of each of them. Would it change anything? No, because we still need 8 extractors, so we might as well just do 4 and 4, I think. It's just overall easier. But at least now we know. Oh, right. This is not... This is an odd build. I'm just going to space this out by 1. Yeah. That would look okay. Uh-huh. And so over here... Oh, come on. This is so difficult. Placing pipes is kind of a pain. Not gonna lie. Okay. I'm kind of thinking maybe we could have them like back to back so they share the input in the center. I'm not entirely sure. This is kind of the same problem here, right? We're grinding stuff down. I mean, we could just... Yeah, actually. We could just do this. Rotate it. Like that. So here we are producing soap. I didn't completely sketch out the thing, I should have. Before I start organizing the build. Oh well. Yeah, and then we feed the soap powder in here. That can be my list. I do like that. Okay, but these each want 1 plant ash per second. And 1 plant ash per second is 3 crucibles burning down sage. So we need a furnace. We need crucibles. You're not entirely sure where I'm going to put this. We'll see. I could possibly have it above the blenders. And like have it go down the sides. We'll see. And then plant ash. So 1 plant ash per second is 1 sage per second, basically. Wait, did we say... No, we need 3 plant ash per second. Sorry. Yeah, we need 1 soap per second, so we need 3 plant ash per second, so we need 3 times that, which means we need 3 sage per second. So we need to feed these 3 furnaces with sage, and 3 sage per second. We said it's 150 per minute. We need 280. Yeah, we need 280, so 2 nurseries producing sage are enough. Interesting. I have no sage seeds on me. Can go grab some from downstairs though. Whoop. So let's see, only 1 Jupiter salt today, but a good amount of these. Yeah, we basically made the same kind of profit as the previous days. Not bad. No, wait, we need 2. My bad. Technically, we could have taken some of the sage from the soap build because it has a lot of sage that it doesn't need anymore. With basic fertilizer, we had sage going at 1 every 3 seconds, basically, which meant that we needed 9 plants of sage to feed all of these. So you can see how it can very quickly go up or down in terms of number of plants. And so here these can simply probably take an elevator up. And just do that. We'll need to feed them with fertilizer. Alternatively, we could also take this. Put it like that. Actually, I prefer that. We are going to take this. Put it like this. Yeah, that's even better. Because then it means I just need one belt bringing fertilizer in the middle. Also, I can get them closer, so I'm... actually... this is going to go against. But these two can go right here. And then I can have belt. Belt. And of course... this is gonna be annoying, isn't it? So let me just make sure it's not. Right, all the belts are joining up in the center one. That's perfect. And so we can have this on stilts, for example, so the nutrient can come from underneath the furnaces. And so these two... So that's gonna be like 60 soap, turning into 60 soap powder per minute. Which is going to be consumed by these two builds, producing a grand total of 15 yeast powder per minute. Each of these can feed one of these, and together they can feed these 3 machines. Alright, so that's our sketch. Already almost a partial build, to be honest. But that's going to be us for today. Because it is 2 AM my time, so I really need to go to bed, don't I? We have reached the goal that we had set out to do today, which was to become a reputable alchemist. You can see that our reputation is at 100%. We made 3 builds. We made this turquoise build over here that produces all the turquoise our customers need. We have completely redesigned Jupiters and pulleys, which is much more satisfying. It works a lot better. We'll have to go to the shop to see if we are starting accumulating Jupiters. I don't think so, probably not. But yeah, so we can remove the turquoise from here. Transformation potion is in progress. We have started working on the plants, like removing some of them, but like we're just going to go slowly on that. Yeah, I've been itching to redesign the pulleys for a while now, so I'm very happy about that. We have expanded the steel gears too. We have doubled the production of steel gears today. And yeah, that's quite nice. No, so we're not producing Jupiters fast enough for the customers yet. That's kind of scary. How much do we need to produce? Like that seems like a huge amount. But well, at least we're producing the rest fast enough. So they are generally pretty happy campers. And we have so much money. Like, we could start making gold. We could start making gold. That's just so much of it. Alright, so don't go anywhere. We are going to rate somebody. But before that, let me thank you all for being here. Thank you all for all the follows. If you are not following the channel, don't hesitate to drop a follow if you enjoy the content. It's the best way for you to find your way back here at no cost to you. Yeah, if you are hesitant about it, the follows are anonymous, so I won't call you out or anything like that, unless you say something about it. What am I forgetting to say? There is something I'm forgetting to say. Oh, wow, we're selling a Jupiter right now. Ooh, 34 silver sale. That's a good sale. That's a pretty good haul. I'm happy I saw that. I haven't seen a Jupiter, or maybe I saw once a Jupiter being sold. Oh, he'll call you out. Watch out. Hey, Rainforest, how are you doing? Welcome in. I assume you've been lurking. So thank you for the luck. So yes, I know what I was forgetting. I was in the middle of thanking people for all the follows that we had today, for all the raids that we had today. Who raided today? We had Kimmy raiding today. We had Long raiding today. So yeah, thank you very much for the raids. This was lovely. Yeah, so don't hesitate to drop a follow if you want to find your way back here. I generally stream at least on Sunday and Wednesday, and then maybe sometimes an extra day in the week. Other than that, if you want to get even more involved in the community, I do have a Discord channel that I can link you to. Unless I'm in caps lock right now. So it won't work. Right, so this is my Discord channel. And if you want to find the VODs of the channel, I have a YouTube channel where I upload the VODs. We just today put online the first stream that I did on Alchemy Factory. They're going to go relatively fast because I want to change how I do things so that the VODs come out on YouTube much faster after the stream. So that's something I'm working towards. Yeah, other than that, that's about it. Let's find somebody to raid, shall we?